Dear delegates, dear friends, please take a seat now. We would like to begin with day 3 of our party convention. First of all, welcome back to our convention hall. From the stage, when I take a look at some faces, I can say we had a wonderful time last night. Congratulations to the delegates that they know how to party. That was a great program. And it's great to see you back here again in good shape. 11 o'clock, we will start the election campaign of the CDU, the CDSU, for the European election on June 9th. Later, Markus Söder, Manfred Weber, the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, will be with us. And now already I'd like to welcome the President of the European Commission, our EVP top candidate for this election, our CDU friend, Ursula von der Leyen. Welcome, dear Ursula. Dear Ursula, welcome at your CDU. Nice to see you next to Friedrich Merz. You will feel well in Berlin. We are glad to have you with us, that you give us the honor. I also welcome, he arrived already, the chairman and fraction chairman of the European People's Party, our friend Manfred Weber from the CSU. Dear Manfred, a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we rearranged a few things here. Today we want to set a clear signal. For the next few weeks, we will struggle until June 9th for freedom, security and prosperity and in Europe. We will make clear that we, the Christian Democratic Union, in Bavaria, the Christian Social Union, we are the German Europe parties. Our party chairman, Friedrich Merz, said it on Monday already. Wolfgang Schäuble was a great European. With great passion and devotion, he was committed to our unified Europe at any time in each one of his offices. His passion for Europe is a guideline for us, and that is why we will take a look at a video clip now.
Die europäische Einigung war der Versuch, rauszukommen aus dieser endlosen Folge von Kriegen und Streitigkeiten um Grenzen und weiß der Kuckuck was alles. Und deswegen ist Europa zuallererst eine Friedensordnung. Aber der Friede ist nicht selbstverständlich, sondern er muss wie übrigens die Demokratie auch jeden Tag neu errungen werden. Und Sicherung der Freiheit und des Friedens heißt, man muss in der Lage sein, sich verteidigen zu können, damit man sich nicht verteidigen muss. Da müssen wir eine größere Rolle spielen. Aber zugleich ist auch wahr, die Mehrzahl der Menschen auf der Welt träumt davon, in rechtsstaatlichen Demokratien zu leben. Da kann man verstehen, dass sie natürlich alles daran setzen, irgendwo hinzukommen, wo sie für ihre Kinder und Enkelkinder eine Zukunft haben. Natürlich können nicht alle Menschen nach Europa oder gar nach Deutschland kommen. Ich bin überzeugt, dass wir die Unterstützung der Menschen für Europa viel besser gewinnen, wenn die Menschen erleben, diese europäische Einigung kann Probleme, die allein nicht gelöst werden, zum Beispiel das Migrationsproblem, zum Beispiel Klimakatastrophe, besser lösen als wir alleine. Über Aufgaben findet man Mut zur Zukunft. Und wenn wir in die Richtung gehen in Europa, haben wir eine große Chance, dass wir die europäische Zukunft wirklich zu einer glücklichen Zukunft machen. Was man wählt, ist auch wichtig, natürlich. Aber vor allen Dingen ist wichtig, dass man wählt.
Dear delegates, dear friends, this video clip is touching our hearts, and we would like to show you that we who manage the moderation up here, this start into the election campaign is a special day. May 8th has a historical meaning in the German history. Today, 79 years ago, Second World War came to an end and Europe was liberated from the National Socialism. National Socialism brought so much suffering and pain here and all over the world. We Germans carry the responsibility, and we face this responsibility. We Christian Democrats always want to live up to this responsibility, especially today. Our party was built up from the pieces of the Second World War. We know about this heritage, and von Weizsäcker on May 8th, 1985, talked about the remembrance culture in our country, and he has coined that. Let's take a look at a few sequences of this speech. Many peoples commemorate the day when World War II came to an end. May 8, 1945 is a date of important historical importance in Europe. May 8th is a day of remembrance of what people had to suffer. And still, from day to day, it became clearer what we have to say all together. May 8th was a day of liberation. We were all liberated from the cruel system of National Socialist power. Nobody will forget what huge suffering started on May 8th and followed. We must not see the end of the war as a reason for refugees. The reason is the war. We must not distinguish the 8th of May of 20th of January 1933. Guilt is personal. There is no final moral truth. As people, we learned that we remain threatened as people, but we have the power to overcome risks again and again. There was no hour zero, but we have the opportunity to start from scratch. We used it as good as we could. Lacking freedom was replaced with democratic freedom. A new generation is now politically responsible. The young people are not responsible for what happened in the past, but they are responsible. But what we will make out of it in history. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the teachings from the circulation of war and peace is a unified Europe, which enables us a life in freedom, in security and prosperity. We want to protect this unified Europe. This unified Europe, we can make it better. This is supposed to be the signal of our day today. That's the request of the Federal Board in freedom, in security in Europe. Now I call item 23 of our agenda, and I leave the floor. But first there is a video clip. The next video clip Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, item 23, resolution of the request of the board in freedom, in security in Europe. The chairman of the CDU-CSU in the European Parliament, Daniel Gaspari, will open that. If you want to request the floor, please use your tablet to request to speak. Under requests, you touch this symbol of a person, and then you add yourself. Now the floor is for the head of the CDU-CSU, Daniel Gaspari. What is happening around us? How does the world develop? With what program can we give prosperity to the people as CDU? Ladies and gentlemen, yes, that's correct. We are living in a turn of eras. Putin shows every day that human rights, that treaties, and that borders, that peace and freedom are nothing self-understood, but are threatened. Putin's Russia wants to destroy the order in Europe with disinformation campaigns in social media. There is support for the AfD, the Front National in France. And then there is the difficult situation in Moldavia, in Georgia, and now the war in Ukraine. These challenges, dear friends, does not require only a turn of eras, but this requires a strong position in the West. Dear Federal Chancellor, if you don't listen to us Christian Democrats, then please listen to your coalition partners. And I quote the Green fraction head in the German Bundestag: hesitating can also contribute to the escalation. And the Green head of the party is right. After the Second World War and after reunification, we are very concerned about the government coalition. We, as the CDU and CSU, are available to take over more responsibility. This is what we all stand for. However, the government from Social Democrats, Greens and FDP, they are struggling all the time. Let me give you only two examples. Last year, the Chancellor blocked the supply to tanks into the Ukraine, and the German Greens in the parliament propose a plan in which they ask the Chancellor to finally deliver. Or FDP and Greens want to deliver more arms to the Ukraine. In the European Parliament, they vote in favor. In the Bundestag, they vote against. This is chaos. This is a contradiction between words and deeds. I understand that more people lose confidence in their government, in the political parties. That's fatal because we need confidence in our political parties. In these difficult times, if you need clear words and prosperity, then Ursula von der Leyen, you are the right candidate for the EU Commission, the EU Parliament. You led Europe successfully through the COVID period. You did not allow Russia to further divide Europe. You stand for a strong Europe and a unified Europe in these difficult times. Thank you for your relentless efforts for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know the alternative? In the coalition agreement of the red, green, yellow government, it says if Ursula will not stay in power, then Greens will take over. Would you like green politicians to represent Europe? We don't want that. Dear Ursula, we want you to be the successful president of the European Commission, and that's what we are going to fight for in the coming weeks. In recent years, CDU, CSU were able to cooperate well with Ursula, together with the colleagues in the parliament and the fraction, dear Manfred. We achieved quite a lot. Let me give you examples. David McAllister, Michael Gahler, we strengthen Europe in foreign policy. Peter Liese, for European emission trade, more market economy. On our way to climate neutrality, Jens Giesecke, we want to lift the ban on combustion engines. Then the Renewable Energy Directive was brought on its way. Niklas Herbst, the Stability Pact was developed. We stand for solidarity and against new debts in Europe. Or in agriculture, Norbert, Christine, Peter. In the last meeting week, we had a deep bureaucracy package so that our farmers can work in their fields instead of in their office. We made an important contribution to make feasible the transformation in the industry. So we also need to support our economy with many measures. Or our legislation on digital services. We make sure that platforms are more responsible for the contents. Or the media legislation. We need free journalism in Europe. Now, in the platform work, the rights of the employees were strengthened. Dennis, we tried to make and protect Europe as an industrial location. We stand for strong industries for the employees in these areas. And we see 2 days ago, the SPD was the party for the employees. But today, The only People's Party in the European Parliament that struggle for jobs are the CDU, the CSU members, and that has to remain like that. And I hope that we will all manage to be successful in our election campaign for Europe. Please help us until June 9th. Last but not least, in the year 2023, 400,000 people crossed the European border. The effects of this illegal migration can be felt all over. Many cities are at the brink of what they can offer. It's a good success that in April, after 8 years of discussions, we finally managed to have a new asylum legislation in the European Parliament. SPD and Greens have delayed this pact for years. Again, there is a hypocrisy. Greens and FDP again for, the SPD against, together with the AfD. Now, imagine for a second what would have happened in the media if, with such a topic, we had the same voting result with the AfD. But dear Greens in the European Parliament, with such a topic, if you don't find compromises, if you don't want to assume responsibility, if you risk illegal immigration not to be solved, then you will promote the AfD, the right populists and the extremists, and you will demonstrate that you don't live up to the claim of being a European party that is liberal. We are the only People's Party, and we have to promote this towards our citizens in Europe. We are the only People's Party in Europe for the people. How do we continue now? What's the global situation? What will the next years bring? Today, we live in a free Europe. It was unimaginable for previous generations to live in freedom and security. On May 8th, these words have a special importance. We all feel, after decades of peace and stability, our freedom and security is massively at risk. The Ukrainians do not only defend their countries, but also our freedom and our European values. Only when you live in security, you can be free. So we want to protect our citizens against opponents from outside and from the inside. But we do not only want to be free and safe, but also we want to live in prosperity. We have a new basic program, and we will say once again what we stand for today. We want to live in freedom, in security, in prosperity for all in the European Union. In the next few weeks, we want a pro-European campaign. We want to make Europe safe and active. Our top candidate, Ursula von der Leyen, stands for that. We all stand for that. So, in the next few weeks, help us in the election campaign. On June 9th, go to the ballots and give the CDU and the CSU your vote. Europe needs you. Join in. Dear Daniel Kaspari, thanks for the speech and your call. It makes a difference who is responsible for Europe. Next is the consultation about the request from the Federal Board. There is one request to speak by the European Minister of North Rhine-Westphalia, who co-designed the program. Here, Mr. Nowicki, the floor is yours. Dear Presidium, dear delegates, dear Daniel, thanks for the request. This combines what we wanted to have brief. Everything that is important is in there. Helmut Kohl said, Europe is our destiny. And that's the attitude that we have in this campaign. It's about the big issues. If you look at the work of the government, that's not good work. We have better concepts, and the first row shows we have the right people. So I have all the reason to be motivated in this election campaign and be optimistic. However, we have to clean up with legends. When we take a look at the posters of the SPD, they pretend to be a European party. What is the reality? Olaf Scholz is not even unified with Paris, and he does not represent Germany in Europe very well, and the financial minister went to hospital to visit Wolfgang Schäuble to get his advice. That's the reality. So the federal chancellor is not doing a very good job, and that is what we have to convey in our election campaign. We as the Union have shown that we can handle Europe in two ways. We showed that we can do more for Europe, for example, in the single market. But we also draw borders if there was too much load, for example, the debt union. So while others still talk about whether they could do it, we have shown already that we can handle Europe. We are the European party in Germany. And this experience is revealed, is reflected in this European program. We are clear, and this also relates to migration. A while ago, I was in Cyprus, the smallest country in southern Europe. It sent out an SOS signal earlier because they were overloaded. In the first quarter of 23, 78 refugees from Lebanon. In this year, more than 3,000 refugees. If you translate this dynamism in Europe, you can guess what's happening. So it was right, Ursula von der Leyen, that you heard this SOS and that you started to become active. Families in Lebanon have been waiting to leave the country and cross the Mediterranean. And you started to help. We need a solution. If you take a look at the situation there, families sitting on the ground with the papers in their hand that mean their whole life, and the people there try to get a structure into this chaos. I mean, we have to see we cannot continue like that. We as CDU make a proposal. As EVP, we make proposals with safe third countries. Now, we hear a lot about legally difficult, humanitarian is difficult, and so on. Let me ask you, what's their response to the deaths in the Mediterranean? As long as they don't have an answer, they should rather join in and do the work, democratic work. We are struggling for the solutions. We have our programs. In Germany, we are driving forward the solutions. In the conference of prime ministers and so on. So we have to tackle the problems in a different way, and that's why we have to become active. For example, for the Ukraine, if you were there, I was there last April. They struggle for our freedom. They struggle for our freedom. And if that is the case, if we answer the fundamental question like that, then we cannot have a debate again for each new system of weapons. And this distinguishes us from those who talk about Europe on the right wing, on the right extremism. So the AfD occupies Chinese spies in their administration. We don't want people like that. And that is why we have to make clear, Moscow, Beijing, and so on. Mr. Kao, we don't need you. We don't need the AfD to answer European issues because we want solutions. And we know how that works. Friedrich Merz has talked about that. I am the reincarnation of a Weimar Triangle, and so it's a matter of my heart, therefore. But it also shows that we have understood that we are stronger than the others. So we take the election very seriously in the sense of what Helmut Kohl said. Let us use that spirit in this election campaign. We want to convey our answers for a unified and a better and a strong Europe. Thank you very much. Dieter Kaminski, thank you very much for these clear words that make clear what our message is today. There are no more requests to speak. That takes me to the final vote of our party convention. Please have your voting cards ready. If you approve the request of the Federal Board in Freedom in Security in Europe, if you approve, please raise your cards now. Thank you very much. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay. There is approval of this request. Thank you very much. That was a good start. We're in the right mood for day 3. Please, 3 people, please stand up. Sandra Gockel from Saxony. Carsten Müller from Braunschweig. And Andre Stolz from Hessia. These 3 people have their birthday today. Happy birthday to you. The entire convention will be happy if you invite them for a drink. We welcome the Prime Minister of Bavaria, Markus Söder. Welcome to you. And the General Secretary of the CSU, Martin Huber. Welcome to Berlin. And now we have a few minutes left. David wants to say something. You know David McAllister. He has the European stars in his heart, a star that carries your name. Okay, dear President, thanks for these wonderful words. We wanted to moderate the party convention until 11. That is when the campaign will begin. Before we leave the stage, I'd like to welcome one honorary guest. I could welcome many international guests now, but I'd like to mention one because he's a high-ranking guest from a friend of the European Union. He was on our party convention on Monday and on Tuesday, Foreign Minister of Croatia. Good morning. Welcome. And I close with a nice picture that we can see our Commission President, our top candidate from Lower Saxony, surrounded by the party chairman of the CDU, Friedrich Merz, CSU, Markus Söder, surrounded by the EVP fraction chairman, Manfred Mehrer, General Secretary Martin Huber, CDU General Secretary Linnemann, and the Treasurer Julia Klöckner. So much union, a nice picture, and now we open the election campaign of CDU and CSU for the European election. And now Stefanie von Schwanbübel, she will moderate you through this event. Thanks for your attention, and I wish us a wonderful morning and a nice afternoon here in Berlin. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the band. This is a very good atmosphere, and you're going to accompany us throughout our program. Thank you for being here. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, cordially welcome for the start to the hot period of the election campaign. Very good, all of you are here. Tomorrow, in 1 month, on the 9th of June 24, we are going to elect our representatives for Europe. And when you look around in Europe, this is certainly a privilege because we can co-determine which way Europe is going to take. We want to have a Europe that protects, and us and CDU, CSU have elaborated this program together, and so we are here together in Berlin. We are here with the CDU, and we will have the end of the campaign in Munich with the CSU. We are going to speak about freedom, security, and prosperity. These are the great issues, and I'll do this here on the stage with wonderful guests, and they have different perspectives of Europe, but they are all very connected to Europe. They are all here, and this after 2 days of our CDU party conference. I wish you give us an applause for Europe. Super. I thank you very much. This is tailwind not only for this event, but also for the European election campaign. Well, I announced that we have great guests here. We have the EU President of the Commission, Dr. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, the head of the EPP, Manfred Weber, the party chair of the CDU of Germany, Friedrich Merz, the head of the CSU and Prime Minister of Bavaria, Markus Söder, the historian Dr. Kristina Tsaragova, the President of the Federal Association of Employers Associations, many guests, and the representative of the youth organization of the CDU, Junge Union. And we also have some surprises for you, but this will come a little later. Now I wish us a wonderful day, and I give the floor, so to say, to the band, Our Day. This is our day. This is our day. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to Noble Composition. This makes a good atmosphere. I would like to invite the two gentlemen who have the election campaign in their blood. Please welcome with me Carsten Lindemann and Martin Huber, the two secretaries gentlemen. Well, these are special dynamics. Here we have this since yesterday evening. I'm very well. Thank you for the invitation. This is a clear signal that CDU, CSU stand together and we make this country recover. I think we can certainly say this has been the best party convention of all times. What is the reason? Well, I think the atmosphere is great, and yesterday evening there were 500 people dancing, and Daniel Günther in front. This was beautiful. What about the election campaign? How do you feel as Secretary General Martin Huber? Well, I think this is a very strong election campaign. We have a lot of people being involved, and we wanted to overcome the left-wing dictatorship. We are the European Party, and we stand for this. And above all, when you go through Berlin or Germany, look at the posters, this negative atmosphere. There is a lot of justified criticism about bureaucracy, but those who do not support Europe don't understand what it is all about, and we go ahead in a self-confident campaign. It is our campaign. CDU and CSU have made this together. This is not always a matter of fact. Yes, okay, it is a matter of fact. What is the message that you are triggering? We are underway together. We have the same great issues when wanting to limit migration, and that we want to support performance, and we need a positive idea. This is what made the land, the country strong, and here we stand together. And we also have to say that I'm amazed that you see so many ample politicians on these posters. One ample is enough, and one is too much. We don't want it in Brussels. And the signal stop to the ample, and this must become clear on the 9th of June. We spoke about the posters. The campaign is freedom and security in Europe. Stability is the message. Kissinger said, to whom will I ask, whom will I call in Europe? This is Ursula von der Leyen. Freedom in Europe is presented by Ursula von der Leyen. We are the party that actually struggles for this freedom without when and but. That is shown by the CDU and CSU. These are serious and very important topics, but the campaign also makes us laugh. And those who haven't seen it, there is a very great spot on election by mail. On the 9th of June, we have the European election. We want to cooperate, or is there something in between? Vote per mail. Super, a super campaign. There are obvious reasons to vote by mail. And do you have more of these campaigns? I think we learned something from the CSU. I think Markus Söder makes this par excellence. We have to actually use the communication channels to get across to the young people. TikTok, Markus Söder makes this well, and we are copying this, and we have some stars. At the moment, Philipp Antor is the star. Yes, please approach us. What are your favorite elements? When I saw the spot for the first time, Carsten, is that a typical day in your life? Well, I envy you, but I know what the day is like for a general secretary. I don't use the mail election. Well, Carsten Linnemann said we are well prepared and thanked the Konrad Adenauer House staff. And there's one woman who stands up for the CDU, but also the election campaign and the service of the candidates. Rita Hasten-Teufel, please come up here. Cordially welcome. There she is. Come up here, please. Are you a little nervous? Well, I think it is great if we can actually make this clear, because you represent the many supporters in our party. You started in '77. I was not even 1 month old. You have co-organized 10 election campaigns. Everybody knows you because you make the photographs, the posters, etc. 12 federal elections were organized by you, and I would like to thank you. This is the last election campaign. Great. Super. And you have the blue color of Cadenabia. Thank you very much indeed. In 1978, I had the first party congress. This is my last federal party congress. So the circle is closed. Thank you very much. I liked cooperating. CDU was a great part of my life. Thank you very much for the confidence you gave me. It has been great fun. I would also like to thank my husband who has always supported me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Thank you very much indeed, too. I would like to say thank you very much too, and great respect. And I also say thank you to Carsten Linnemann and Martin Huber and the lady. There are so many people that actually stand up for the CDU and who will also be very committed in the election campaign of the CDU. And here we have the music, We Are Family. Please cooperate, because it was great during the last piece of music. We are family. We are family. We are family. Thank you very much indeed. I'm now referring to a great woman, and she has a lot of responsibility from her childhood onwards. As President of the Commission of the European Union, she has shouldered a lot of responsibility. A strong Europe with the 450 million people. She is going to tell us in a minute, and then we would actually give her the floor, Ursula von der Leyen. Our home is where we find us understood and where we stand up for each other. For me, this political home is the CDU. Here I learned what it means to shoulder responsibility for our program and our common values. The CDU is a decisive home where I can take over responsibility for Germany and Europe. Putin's aggression threatens our Europe, and he tries to divide Europe, and therefore we have to act together. We have to stand up for the chances and possibilities of Europe. It is at stake. It is very important that the CDU has a leading role within the EPP. Let us struggle together for a strong Europe in freedom, security and prosperity, a Europe that is based firmly on the values that are fundamental for us in the CDU. I would like to actually serve this Europe another 5 years as President of the European Commission. Therefore, I need your vote. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here today. Friedrich Merz and also Roberta. What a pleasure to see you here, Manfred Weber, dear members of our Presidium and our Federal Executive of the Union of the Senior Citizens and also the Young Union. Very good to be here. I would like to greet you very cordially in representation of all delegates of Europe and also Daniel Kaspari. In Brussels and in Strasbourg, you are a great team, a strong vote for Europe and voice for Europe. Thank you very much for the good cooperation. Dear Friedrich Merz, first of all, I would like to congratulate you very cordially indeed on the very good party convention, the new program is really a firework of opinions. All of you have participated and you united our CDU. And dear Friedrich, what you have actually achieved, you have actually rendered a lot of new ideas. And I know this is always a teamwork, but this is above all your personal merit. And I would like to thank you very much indeed for this. Friends, I was born in Brussels, and I spent the first 13 years of my life. I grew up there because my father started his profession in a very young European community. And I remember very well that our father always told us the same story to the children. He was aged 15 when the Second World War ended, a teenager. Europe was in ruins, and we had experienced war and expulsion. In this continent, you must imagine what this was like for a teenager, because no perspectives at all. It must have been terrible. And then the European idea was born. Europe has not been divided into those who won this victory and those who had suffered a defeat. But we were given the hand, and Germany was taken up into the circle of free and democratic people. Of course, as a child, I didn't understand this, of course. But in the playground or in school, I heard French, Italian, Flemish, Dutch, and I thought this was something special. And dear friends, today I know that the peace in Europe is something very special. Today I know that democracy in Europe is not a matter of fact. Today I know that the variety in Europe is something very unique. And this Europe, in its uniqueness, this Europe has to be protected and retained. My father died in 2014, and many in this hall know that the farewell had started much earlier. Alzheimer is a slow disease. For me, it was a very sad period, but it was also a very important time. And at the end, when the pictures became more and more simple and the language was limited, he spoke about Europe like a member of family, and that we had to protect this very carefully. And I didn't really understand it, but today I know why. And about this why I'm going to speak today. Friends, Germany is firmly rooted in Europe, and that this is so has a lot to do with France and Poland. And Friedrich, you mentioned it yesterday too. At the beginning, there was the reconciliation with France, and the growing together of a divided Europe would never have been possible without professing to our historical responsibility vis-à-vis Poland, the start of the Weimar Triangle. And this basis has to be renovated again and again.
I know that this is the glue that we have to strengthen again and again in Europe. On Monday, I was in Paris. Together with President Macron, I had a meeting with the Chinese President Xi. We talked about our common interests as Europeans towards China. Yesterday, I visited Poland with Donald Tusk. I talked to him about Russia's war It was about the security and the defense capabilities of Europe. And these talks were marked by something self-understood. The interests of our friends and neighbors are included in our thoughts. A lot of confidence has grown in Europe, especially in us Germans. And this would never have been possible without clear words on the Nazi crimes in Germany. My dear friends, now the honorary chairman of the AfD talks about this time about the Vogelschiss, the birds' excrements in German history. Dear friends, if you talk like this, you're not only cynical. If you talk about our responsibility like this, that's like ransom in the European house. An arsonist in the European house. My dear friends, when we talk about risks for our democracy, that is not only about taking positions and expressing contents, it's about people. No matter whether it's in the Bundestag or the state parliament or European parliament, we have to protect all those who help democracy, no matter what party they belong to, private or in an election campaign, or in exercising their office, during the night. If these people are no longer safe, then our democracy is no longer safe, and therefore the perpetrators have to feel the full strength of our law. Dear friends, in the European house, if you play around with fire, then you threaten the single market with our prosperity. No member state benefits more from the single market than Germany. The European single market makes Germany 130 million euros richer every day. 55% of the mid-sized companies' exports goes to the single market in Europe. And then the AfD talks about leaving the European Union, the Dexit. Let's take a look at what this would mean. Germany would have to reduce its exports by 10%. The prosperity loss would be 400 to 500 billion euros per year. In the export nation Germany, AfD Dexit would mean a loss of 2.2 million jobs. Dear friends, if you read the European program of the AfD, then you see that's a job destruction program, what they present. Instead of talking about the Dexit, we should talk about how we can make our European economy stronger. And there's a lot to be done. I'd like to focus 3 areas. Number 1, competitiveness of our economy. We have to make it easier for our companies. More skilled workers, lower energy costs, more digitalization, easier access to capital. A better capital market union could, every year, generate 470 billion more that could be invested in our startups. The present The proposals of the Commission are on the table. Now it's high time that the European finance ministers join efforts and make sure that the capital market union is completed. We need less regulations for our company, more confidence in our companies. So that they can focus on what they can do best, be innovative, produce competitive products, and create good jobs. This also means, and I say this clearly, less bureaucracy, simpler procedures, faster decisions. And Friedrich, you said it on Monday, we need Europe less in the small details and more in the big things. 25% of the reporting obligations have to be deleted because we have to focus on the big issues. That's important. Dear friends, we all know that the wind is rougher in the world markets, climate change is real. We have to do more, and we have all the opportunities. And this framework was created by the European Green Deal. What do we see in Saxony and Saxony-Anhalt? Every third chip in Europe is made in Saxony. In the future, Saxony-Anhalt with Magdeburg, with the strong support of the European Union. And I want to congratulate you, people from Saxony and Saxony-Anhalt. With the semiconductor production in Dresden and Magdeburg, you are at the center in Europe. Chapeau and my compliments. Another example. The entire world is looking into clean hydrogen. You have the potential of clean hydrogen realized earlier in the chemical park to Leverkusen. There's the longest hydrogen pipeline in Germany. Thanks for the good cooperation. You were the first in this topic. And in the north, in Schleswig-Holstein, we see how wind power works. You show how you do this across the border with the Belgians and the Dutch. Thank you to Schleswig-Holstein. A while ago, I was with you, Markus, in Garching. In Garching, you can see how Bavaria in the nuclear fusion takes an intelligent approach to be at the top. Fusion, clean and safe, would be ideal for the energy mix of the future, together with our renewable energies. Europe, in fusion research, is at the top in the research. And who is at the very top? Bavaria. Congratulations. Dear friends, what do these examples have in common? The European Green Deal and its innovative and clean energies are not only good for the climate, they're also good, but they're also good for our economy. They're good for our competitiveness. They're good for our prosperity, but especially they are good for our independence. At home, we produced it. We have good jobs at home. Dear friends, I did not forget. Putin bribed us with his dirty oil and gas. But we freed ourselves. We did not resign. We stood together Our friends helped us. Norway, for example, with the pipeline gas, or the Americans with LNG gas. And what we did, we invested in renewable energies, and that was successful. Last year, despite the energy crisis, we managed to produce more electricity from wind than from gas. Now, my dear friends, we are independent of Russian dirty energy because we stood together, because we did not give in, and because we have had European solidarity. That way, we were successful. And looking ahead, two things are important. One thing is that we have to make sure that we do not move from one dependency that we just got rid of to a second dependency. For example, in electric mobility. Yes, we want fair trade. Fair trade is good. What we don't like is when China has electric cars that are subsidized and floods our market. We have to do something. We protect our industry. Competition, yes. Fair trade, yes. But dumping, no. We don't want that here. And the second thing is that competitiveness and climate protection has to be brought together. We know there is no competitive economy without climate protection. But there is no climate protection without competitive companies. And we want that these companies in the future in the world markets are leading. And we now have the right framework. Now we have to fill this framework with life, with microchips or clean steel, hydrogen or wind power or electric mobility. These are the growth drivers of the economy of tomorrow. And they should create good jobs here and create prosperity and not at the other end of the Silk Road. Dear friends, Europe, of course, is a lot more than single market and economy. It has breathtaking landscapes, natural monuments. In Germany, the World Heritage, the Wattenmeer at the North Sea, the National Park Black Forest, the sandstones in Saxon Switzerland, as we say, the moors in the Hohe Fen. Well, the moors in the Hohe Fen. Well, all that is a small proportion of our nature. We want to protect this nature. Dear friends, our children and grandchildren would never excuse us if we don't face this task. We have to protect our home and our nature. That's not only responsibility for me. For me, good nature protection is a question of generation justice. We have to discuss about this again, how we protect our nature. But this has to be clear. We protect our nature, and this has to bear the signature of the CDU and the EVP in Europe. And our farmers also need competitiveness and nature protection. They stand up early, they work hard, so that we have high-quality food. Then they see that the costs for seeds and energy go up, and the prices they get for milk, meat, and cereals are varying. So the big ones in the food chain are pressing, We know that, but dear friends, what cannot be is that our farmers have to sell their products below the production costs. That is not acceptable. That is not sustainable. And therefore, we have to put the system back on a solid basis. Hard work has to pay off. And if our farmers get fair pay, then they are the best representatives of nature that is in good shape. This is where we have to be again. Dear friends, number 3 is about security and defense. We all feel that our geopolitical environment has radically and rapidly changed. The risks for Europe are increasing. Russia's brutal attack is not an attack on the Ukraine only, but also an attack to all rules that we are committed to for 70 years. International law has to be reliable, has to be binding. And also the borders of sovereign states have to be valid. That's our peace order. And if Putin's cold calculation will work, then we will not be safe in Europe anymore. If you talk and act like Putin, then you don't want peace. And this threat remains. Yesterday, we saw the self-enthronization of Putin. And I looked to my friend Kushenko. Nobody wants more justice and peace in their country than the people in the Ukraine. Dear friends, we can never balance off the courage of the Ukrainians, but we stand at the side of Ukraine. Dear President Kushenko, you can rely on that. We have to stand at the side of the Ukraine, even if this requires efforts, even if that costs. We have to invest more into peace and freedom, because the price we would have to pay if Russia conquered the Ukraine would be so much higher. Europe has to invest more in our defense. We have to invest together. And especially, we have to invest in the defense industry in Europe. We want a Europe that can defend itself. We know how important NATO is, but we want to have a European pillar within NATO, and we have to be able to defend ourselves. And that's why, my dear friends, we want a defense union. In the next mandate, I will have a defense commissioner focusing on the defense industry in the single market. If we want peace in our continent, then we have to make Europe strong again, my dear friends. And when we talk about security, then we have to talk about illegal immigration. Hardly a topic causes so many emotions. This is a very important topic to many people. And dear Hescher, I saw Boris Rhein, Kai Wegner, Berlin, delegates. You mentioned the problems clearly. You convinced the people that this is the right way. Last month, in the European Parliament, we approved the Pact on Migration. With this pact, we strengthen the European external borders. We make faster and easier procedures. That's so important. We need common rules. But that alone is not enough. Behind illegal immigration, there are a lot of people who earn money. That's organized crime. They earn money with these refugees. They lie to these people. They rob the people. They put these people on these ramshackle boats. I was in Lampedusa. I saw that misery there. It's about time that we are stricter against this organized crime. Dear friends, it should be very clear to us. We have our international commitments. We fulfilled them in the past. We meet them today, and we will meet them tomorrow. But it's us, the Europeans, who decide who comes to us and under which conditions, and not those who organize illegal crossing of the Mediterranean. And that's why I traveled to Tunisia, Mauritania, Egypt, and last week to Lebanon. I want to have treaties, steps with the transit countries. Together, we can develop common perspectives, we can develop common interests. For example, for clean energies, they have so many resources. What they need is the infrastructure or education, the young people in these countries. But also for illegal immigration. On the one hand, it's about legal, safe routes for those who want to work here, that companies are looking for, and who have a perspective of being allowed to stay here. On the other hand, it's about people who have to return, who are not allowed to get an asylum. And that is a big problem, because democracy is only strong if it can provide solutions. Dear friends, if we meet the challenge like that, then the people will not make so many people angry. There are many people in our country who raise fears, but we want to oppose them with good arguments, with good solutions. of course, it's good to listen to the mood, the pace of digitalization, warming planet, the many wars and crises. That's a heavy load for many people. So that's why we have to show every day that democracy provides better answers. And we can do that. Just think of the pandemic. It was not the torches or the border trees or the aluminum hats that conquered the virus. It was with big solidarity that we conquered the virus, and with great medical performance. A continent with 450 million people were carried through the pandemic successfully. We overcame the energy crisis. We face Russian aggression and Putin's dismay for democratic values. Putin and the dividers in our society have one thing in common. Our democracy is in their way. They don't want to find common solutions. They don't contribute anything to that. And they're not interested to tackle the real challenges. They have no answer for digitalization or climate change. No answer for competitiveness. And I'm not surprised, therefore, that the Czech Secret Service found two candidates of the AfD who did illegal things. I mean, they were spreading negative information in the European Union. They, like Putin, they carried his propaganda to our society. Now, whether they took any bribe money or not, their behavior is destructive, untruthful, and they also forget what happened in history. And then we were able to see that at a close colleague, he was brought away in handcuffs. The European Court of Justice is convinced that he spied for China. Let me wrap this up. The AfD, before the European election, makes propaganda for Putin and spies for China. And first, the AfD talks about the people and the patriots, and then they trade our country to the Chinese. Shame on them, my dear friends.
With such illegal people, we have nothing in common. And those who actually want to cooperate in the election campaign have to do three things. They have to profess to the rule of law. Second, a clear attitude against the Kremlin. And third, a clear profession to our Europe. Dear friends, those who don't want democracy and line up with Putin, we don't want to cooperate. Our Europe was created in order to serve people. This is our mission, and we feel we have to serve it if 450 million people cooperate. Not everything is smooth, but let us work on this but this should not actually I think our European Union is one of the most prosperous and progressive unions of the world. Peace, freedom, digitalization, irrespective of the challenges, as a community, we have to offer the better answers. And dear friends, I'm firmly convinced that democracy as such is our advantage of location. When people go to vote, then the moment comes when the democratic basis of our union is innovated and we think about what is really important. Of course, you can make a career everywhere in the world, but where do you want to have your children grow up? Where they are safe and where everybody has an access to good education, where everybody can actually benefit from a good health system, where they freely move within the union, where they can build up something that helps them, and where the rule of law wins. This is what our European Union stands for, our EPP, the CDU, and myself. For me, it's clear that the question that I asked at the beginning about the why, I think this has been answered by Europe. Europe is our future today, and it is our home. And therefore, let us work together for a strong Europe, for a good home. And on the 9th of June, we have elections. Long live Europe, dear friends. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Dear Ursula, thank you very much for this great speech. Thank you very much for this very good start to the final phase of the election campaign. This is the common start of this final phase of the election campaign, and I can also say on your behalf, dear Markus, that we, CDU, CSU, go into this election campaign very self-confident, because it is worthwhile to struggle for Europe's freedom, security and prosperity in Europe. And we should struggle for these values. This means election campaign. The election comes at the end, and the struggle comes before, and therefore we go into this election campaign. And I think you were very open and very clearly said what these people of the AfD actually plan for Europe. And at the very right, thank you for having said this so clearly and openly, and that you actually stand up that the rule of law, a profession to Ukraine and the European Union and its value are the prerequisite of cooperation within the European Union. Thank you for these clear words. And let me say something else. Maybe it becomes clearer in the next few weeks, because we tend to say this is an election of destiny. We say this in any kind of election, but the election of 2024, and I was elected into the European Parliament in the past. So this year is unprecedented, and if the forces of democracy and freedom don't manage to actually win the favor of the people, more is at stake than a party political aspect, the heritage we have enhanced this European policy. And you also described it with your family history. We have to retain this heritage also in the next mandate of the European Union. We are very proud that you, the second President of the Commission, and we are struggling that you remain the President of the European Commission in autumn. You can rely on us. We are going to struggle for this. And dear Ursula, when we leave this party convention, this struggle is going to start. And on the 9th of June, we will finish it with success. You can rely on us. We are going to struggle to achieve this target. We are going to achieve it. Thank you, Ursula von der Leyen. Thank you very much to the President of the European Commission and the top candidate of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, and also many thanks to Friedrich Merz, the head of our party. I'm looking forward to the next voice in Europe since 2022. She is the president of the members of parliament, and now we are going to elect new members of the European Parliament. And she says very clearly, use your vote on the 9th of June 24. Please welcome with me the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. Dear Friedrich Merz, President von der Leyen, Markus Söder, Markus Weber, colleagues, dear friends, thank you that you've invited me to speak to you today. Let me tell you, here and today, to be here actually gives me hope and force, which is necessary to actually strengthen our European center and get a European and efficient Europe for the next few years. Hope is important, but alone it is no strategy. 400 million Europeans will elect the members of parliament, and they are called upon to co-determine the future of Germany and Europe. I've visited many member states, and I left the Brussels bubble to talk to people in industry and elsewhere. I sat together with our young people to listen to them and to convince them to go and vote. We hear the same sorrows everywhere. Everywhere on our continent, people are worried about security, jobs, and whether they can afford to rent a home, let alone buy it, the security of prosperity. They are worried about extremes and our capability to strengthen the center of society and to actually take a constructive course. They don't understand why bureaucracy is an obstacle to make the best out of Europe. Everybody knows a farmer, knows the sorrows, the security of nourishment. They are worried about their future, and despite all criticism, people believe in Europe and our possibility to solve the problems. They want a Europe that makes their life a little easier, more secure, and creates more prosperity. These are the issues on the election ballot, the sorrows of the people and their expectation that we'll take care of this. The people will look on whether we can supply. We can do this, we must do it, and we will do it. We have answers where we clearly say that we can create the right framework conditions the people know and need. And we will strengthen the values that have made us progress in our Europe. We appreciate our differences, our unique traditions, languages, and cultures. We want Europe to create an additional value where it can and must do this. We know where are the strengths. We are the innovators, the builders. We don't want to destroy something like others do it, who offer solutions for difficult problems. We are those who solve problems, who have actually created the European dream after 2 world wars. We find solutions and we see the value of compromise, not on the basis of weakness, but because we understand that it brings along advantages if we cooperate. We believe in this, and this is to be seen. We accept it. We don't excuse ourselves. We have to actually represent our heritage, so we meet the extremes of narratives, and so we can innovate Europe that takes sorrows serious and offers solutions, and so we can tell people that Europe is important and that their vote is very important. We still have a number of days for our message, and I'm sure we will succeed in doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, the next steps will be decided in order to make Europe competitive. How can we safeguard that we create new jobs in dignity? How can we reduce inflation? How can our economies grow and our debts be paid back? How are we better in a position of actually mitigating the impact of the climate change, not leaving anybody behind? How can we actually confirm our position in the concert of how do we defend ourselves against the growing pressure by China? And competitiveness is not only important for economy, it is one of the greatest challenges. We've seen a change in how Europe, China, India, the United States of America, strong Africa interact and act, and how these powers they defend themselves against Europe. We have to strengthen Europe's pressure at the global level and we have to see what happens in the world. The American Inflation Reduction Act has shown us how important this is. When it is a matter of China, it is a good strategy to actually balance our trade strategy. It's high time to react if unfair competition exercises pressure on us. We have to strengthen Europe to be independent, and we should not build up political walls. In the course of the years, our economies have grown because we have been open, fair trade on the basis of international rules and agreements with partners worldwide. And we are working on the ratification of agreements already. And here we have to strengthen our efforts to strengthen European competitiveness. So the single market has to be strengthened, and it is in this way that we can actually attract investment in Europe. We support economic growth. This is a real strategic autonomy. In practical life, it requires more. We are worldwide leading when it comes to intellectual aims, and we can be proud of this. But we should not forget that excessive burdens can also break development. Certain steps can be justified, but we must recognize if the sum of such actions is too much. Too much for the citizens, too much for the farmers, for industry. We have to find the right balance. This is what is at stake, and we have to listen more exactly to people, and we have to actually strengthen our mandate. It also means to be honest and to wonder whether we've been too quick or whether we have to take additional steps. Without this balance, it will not work. And even worse, there is the danger that ever more people are actually forced to be at the brink at the same time that we are hoping that people stand up for Europe. This must be admitted. Another obstacle of the economic growth is the fermentation of the financial sector and capital in our union. This is not new, but this is certainly something that has become more important. We want to create the right skeleton conditions for the development of our enterprises in Europe. If we are serious, then we have to have a real discussion about how we want to act. Some of the enterprises actually went to the stock exchange in New York instead of Frankfurt. It is a question of political will during this new era of our union. Europe needs Germany in and its forces. And since Germany has one of the biggest economies and banking sectors, and we hope that Germany will take on leadership. At this point, I would like to thank Friedrich Merz that he has already made a very strong proposal. Thank you, Friedrich, for your leadership, your vision, and your commitment. It is in this way that our project is efficient for Europe. We can show how we solve real problems and depict burdens with which families and enterprises are faced that have difficulties with higher prices and very expensive energy. We have to be competitive in the long run, and we have to actually establish leadership at the global level. Of course, we cannot decide about security or the role of Europe in the world without mentioning the situation at our borders. Russia continues its attacks to Ukraine. We have given political, diplomatic, humanitarian, economic, and military support. And one support has come from the CDU and the European members of parliament, and I'm very grateful for this.
But our support for the Ukraine cannot become less. Courage alone does not protect the country against drones and bombs. So that means we have to supply more equipment and weaponry so that the Ukraine can defend itself. They also need air defense. Because Russia's war is not only a threat for the Ukraine, it's a threat for Europe. Creating a new European defense architecture has become a central project. We support the NATO without competing with it. We took steps by strengthening our defense capacities, our defense budgets. But if we want to guarantee the protection, we need a common strategy. We need to cover all the interests of the member states. Security also means protection against intelligence, secret intelligence. There is disinformation in the election campaign, wrong information and propaganda by actors who are against the European project. They attack various areas of our union to set up wrong narratives about Europe to an extent that we have never seen in European Union elections. The European Parliament can help and provide a basis. So as we have done that for the law on digital services, on artificial intelligence, and beyond, in many more areas. However, it requires the attention and the awareness of the people, of politics, of the media. We have to be willing to meet the challenges of these threats. And don't be wrong, the threat is strong. But ladies and gentlemen, it is true, the challenges are numerous. But 5 years ago, who would have been able to predict the severity of the crisis that we would be faced with? We had to meet several crises at the same time. Normally, each one of these crises would have required our full strength. And we owe a lot to Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission has to be navigated through crises. It has to become stronger. That was not easy. We mastered a financial crisis and a pandemic. We had to overcome a Brexit, and we found new ways forward. We decided to do something against the illegal invasion of Russia in the Ukraine. We took difficult decisions to overcome independence, to overcome the dependence on Russia. Our neighbors have moved closer to us, and that's a foundation for the coming years. And here I thank my colleagues and friends in the CDU delegation. Thank you, Daniel Kaspari, for your work and the confidential cooperation. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Ursula von der Leyen, for your leadership and friendship. Thank you, Manfred Weber, as the chairman of the EVP, for his commitment in difficult times. The fraction colleagues can rely on orientation, on support in implementing our agenda. I am grateful for everything they did. Thank you. Today we have a union that is stronger than 5 years ago, stronger due to and not despite the challenges that we were faced with. We're stronger because we were able to adapt, stronger because the constructive European middle acted in common. I am confident that in the coming election period we will be even stronger. Thank you very much. Dear Roberta, thank you very much for your wonderful speech. Thank you for speaking in German. And thank you for your wonderful work as a president in the European Parliament. You come from a very small member state, from Malta. But we Germans were always at the side of the small members of the European Union, and we're so glad to have you with us, and we're even more glad if the EVP fraction in the European Parliament will be again the strongest fraction in the European Parliament, and if you can stay the president of the European Parliament. We will struggle for that. We will support you as good as we can. Thank you very much for your speech today here in Berlin.
Thank you so much, Roberta Metsola. Vielen Dank.
Thank you so much, Roberta Metsola. Today we talk about freedom, security, and about prosperity. About the latter, I'd like to speak with the next two guests. Prosperity that is also based on competitiveness. The two gentlemen that I will ask now to come on stage have to do with this every day. Please welcome on stage the CSU party chairman and Prime Minister of Bavaria, Dr. Markus Söder, and the President of the Federal Association of the Employers Associations. A very warm welcome. I would like to begin with you, Mr. Dregert. Nice to have you with us. Welcome. Thanks for having me. What does Europe mean for the companies? Europe, for us entrepreneurs, means a fantastic economic region that opens up new opportunities, 70 years of peace, stability, and legal security. And Europe, of course, in recent years, many things did not work that well, but it's the guarantee that we can remain a strong export nation and that we can live in a peaceful environment. So, as an entrepreneur, Europe is very important. A while ago, in a guest comment in the Handelsblatt newspaper, you said, the European election gives an opportunity to change the course. What did you mean? Well, we have to see that the environment of Europe has changed. Mrs. von der Leyen said it. We are faced with new threats, we're in new competitive situations, and that's what we have to adapt to, because it's logical. With this election, these challenges will be underlined, and we have to face these challenges. We have to change something. Europe has to be more dynamic, more digital, faster, less bureaucracy, more foreign trade treatments, and we have to talk about a common defense policy. I heard this in your speech, Mrs. von der Leyen. It's very important that we go and cast our vote and understand that we have to develop Europe so that we can rely on the Europe as it is today. Question to you, what does Europe mean for our prosperity? Markus Söder. Without Europe, our prosperity would not be safe. In the founding period, when we asked about how we can, develop our market, we cannot stay in Bavaria. We need the single market, or we have peace in Europe. Why do so many countries want to join the EU? Because they see a chance for permanent peace. They're protected against others. It's important. The truth is, I said it yesterday, if you take a look at the global situation, the competition internationally, the challenges in China, India, United States, and Russia, then we need a common platform. And in the end, it will never be enough if we just try to put our mark for each nation. That's not enough. We need this European platform to be one partner in the world, and that's why the European Union is our home, our platform, our springboard, economically, socially, and therefore we are for Europe and not against Europe as others. Mr. Dröger, you just mentioned it. The Union says Europe more where it helps and less where it restricts us. Where do you need more Europe and where do you need less Europe? This can be seen clearly. We need less bureaucracy, less documentation. What we need more is entrepreneurial freedom. Europe has to provide a framework in which we can be competitive, and competitiveness has to be at the top of the agenda of politicians, of political activities. In the program, I saw a lot of what we need. That is also necessary in Europe. So that gives me courage, because we have to develop Europe and we have to be faster again. What do you mean we have to be faster? What's the problem right now? Well, no matter if you want to build up a factory building or whatever you want to do as an entrepreneur to become active, there is a jungle of registration procedures, and depending on what you want to do, it takes so long until you can build up something. For example, if you want to set up a stainless steel treatment plant, the procedure until you can build this up takes ages. Mrs. von der Leyen, you opened up our perspectives. My fingers are crossed. I wish you all the best, and we entrepreneurs need changes. Dr. Söder, when you hear this, Mrs. von der Leyen said it, less rules and more confidence, competitiveness. How can we strengthen that? Well, one part is the European Union. It's the strongest legislative instance. It's a title that we can discuss about. I mean, we could use less laws. Taxonomy sounds good. You'd think of a taxi, but tax advisors and so on are looking forward to that. But we should have less rules, less tax rules. In some areas, we should clean up a little bit and have a few less details. The small details take up so much time. We have a federal government that is also difficult, and when Europe is good in agriculture, Ursula von der Leyen achieved that we can have more cultivation area. Then the government will say, no, we want to reduce that again, and maybe in the States there will be new regulations to adapt to that. So either we take this serious with less bureaucracy, we want less laws, more confidence, freedom in implementation, and not only the right of way for climate protection, but also right of way for more entrepreneurship. Mr. Dröger, Mr. Söder just said it. How do you look at Olaf Scholz as a chancellor who represents the interests of the German economy in Brussels or in Germany? A while ago at Sorbonne in Paris, I listened to the speech of Emmanuel Macron. He spoke about Europe and the changes in Europe. He explained everything very well, and he made suggestions. And I think that Germany, together with France, should show more leadership, and in Brussels we need some more grit. We could use a little more of that. The role of Germany has to be stronger. That's my perception as an entrepreneur. We're an important pillar, but we have to use it when we develop Europe. Germany is a very important partner at the desk, and we have to assume this role. We should absolutely do this. Mr. Söder, at the CSU, you say that Bavarian is important. Do we need more Bavaria in Brussels? Well, it would not damage anyone. It wouldn't harm anyone. If you know Brussels, the Parliament building, some say it's beautiful. It's big anyway, but the actual nice building is with the Bavarian representation. I mean, we can have peaceful talks. We offer that. Bavarians are peaceful people by nature, in contrast to others, so that's why we offer that. But with Manfred Weber, we have our top candidate in Bavaria, but also the EVP fraction head is Bavarian. This is a good match. Mrs. Metsola and Ursula von der Leyen, that's a good team. When I compare this with others, do you know the Social Democratic top European candidate? Do you know who that is? No, we don't know that. Green Party, I wouldn't know. The AfD guy is known, but we don't want him. So comparisons with the power that we have and the philosophy, and very importantly, the respect that we show. When we talk to China, I had the honor to talk to the Chinese Prime Minister. We Bavarians have a long tradition. Ursula von der Leyen is a strong name. She's a strong name all over the world. In Germany and in Europe, we would be stupid if we did not use these contacts and this influence. Some said it, Friedrich also. I expect from the German parties, also the FDP with Mrs. Stark-Watzinger, her committed top candidate. Thank you. Strack-Zimmermann, thank you. Strack-Zimmermann. Well, don't say bad things about Ursula von der Leyen. There's not so many. But they should make sure that a German is at the top of the Commission. I mean, some patriotism would help a lot, wouldn't it? I'm also glad that they get to the Champions League final. Respect. If it doesn't work against Bavaria, it doesn't matter. But this is what I lack in this European election campaign. We have a European championship. We want to make sure that Germany becomes the European champion. So as Germans, we have to stand together behind our candidate, and the world respects Ursula von der Leyen, and the other German parties should do that as well. One more question, Mr. Droeger. If you could put together something, what would be the right future for companies and enterprises? I mean, Europe has to become more competitive. We talked about it, less bureaucracy. Then we need foreign trade agreements. We have to make sure that the rest of the world does not only have foreign trade agreements with the US and with China. That is very important. And then in Europe, we should have a common safety and defense policy. So people who represent Europe, give me the phone number of the European president. That's what Henry Kissinger said. So as a unified Europe, and people should feel that way. And this requires a common foreign policy in Europe. You have to find the majorities to do that, and I wish you all the best. Final question to the two of you. When we move away from the individual topics, personally, what does Europe mean to you? It's our home continent. In the Junge Union, I once traveled to China. It's a long time ago. And we traveled from town to town, from region to region. It was fascinating. And after some time, we came to Hong Kong. And it was nice to see that there was a coffee. There were Americans and Australians, and you felt home in a Western community. But then we moved on. We were in the Hofbräuhaus. Now, Chinese interpret that differently. There are guys with cowboy hats on. I don't know what they mean by that, but you could feel there are Europeans. You could feel a common spirit and a common idea. And our American friends are so pragmatic. They look into the future. We live with our traditions, with our differences. That is what makes us strong. The diversity in food and culture and so on. I think of Europe, and this continent is not at its end. It has not given up in history. I believe in our cultural power. I believe in common values, and I love Europe. I can really say that. I mean, I love Bavaria most, but then comes Europe. So it's wonderful that we have this opportunity to live in Europe. We have to live in freedom, and that has to be protected. As citizens in Europe, I want to have freedom, but also security and protection. If that is ensured, then the continent has a bright future. Mr. Droeger? What I like especially about Europe is that there are so many different faces. As someone who grew up in Europe that was not split but divided, I am the son of an entrepreneur. I was abroad very often with my parents, and the best memory is the suitcase that my father had with this gadget from the savings account, and there were 4 different currencies in our suitcase, so that when we were traveling, we would have the right money for the right country. And these times are gone. For us entrepreneurs, this Europe was a disaster. As soon as you earned a Deutschmark in one subsidiary, you had to convert it to the local currency, and all the profit was gone. So the common currency is something very good that helps all the entrepreneurs. So today we have this in Europe, not the same language, but we have the same money, we have open borders, we feel that we belong together, and that is something that we can be proud of. So I'm a big fan of Europe because I know what it means when Europe was not united. Mr. Söder, I do have a final question for you. The enthusiasm for Europe. Mr. Droeger expresses it, you express it. How can the Union convey this enthusiasm to the people who still need this enthusiasm? Yes, if we're honest, the enthusiasm will not reach everyone. If we had a federal election or state election, would be more interesting to many. We have to explain the risks to the people. And it is also important to understand that the Brussels decisions seem to be far away. So we have to explain more. We need people who are more present. The European delegates have to transport this and show who we are. That is important. So not only a picture of a European Parliament that looks far away, but these are all people from our regions, from all over Germany, that we can talk to. They have the same ideas, and that's why we should say Europe is not only an idea. Europe has many different faces. At the Union, the best, and we have to tell the people, and then that will be good. Thank you. Thank you very much to the two of you, Markus Söder, Rainer Dörndorf. Thank you very much. And now the band Novel Composition will come on stage. They will support us with their music. See you in a minute.
Piano piano, stringimi forte e stammi più vicino, se ci sto bene, sarà perché ti amo. Perché ti vedremo, nell'ace tu respiro, è primavera, sarà perché ti amo, caro una stella, ma dimmi dove siamo, che te ne frega, sarà perché ti amo. E vola, vola, si sa, sempre più in alto si va. Vola con me, il mondo è matto per te. E se l'amore non c'è, basta una sola canzone per far confusione fuori e dentro di te. Vola, vola, si sa, sempre più in alto si va. Vola, vola con me, il mondo è matto per te. E se l'amore non c'è, basta una sola canzone per far confusione fuori e dentro di te. Ma dopo tutto, che cosa c'è di strano? È una canzone, sarà perché ti amo. Se cade il mondo, allora ci spostiamo. Se cade il mondo, sarà perché ti amo. Forte, restami più vicino, che così bello, che non mi sembra vero. Nel mondo matto, che cosa c'è di strano? Matto per matto, almeno noi ci andiamo. So ein paar Hände sehen wir schon wieder, das ist sehr, sehr gut. Rhythmus unterstützt. Auch das geht natürlich. Zusammen. E vola, vola, si sa, sempre più in alto si va. E vola, vola con me, il mondo matto per te. E se l'amore non c'è, basta una sola canzone per far confusione fuori e dentro di te. E vola, vola, si va, sarà perché ti amo. E vola, vola con me, e stavo qui vicino. E se l'amore non c'è, ma dimmi dove siamo. Che confusione, sarà perché ti amo. Sarà perché ti amo. Grazie mille. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed. About 65 million people are entitled to vote, and 1.8 million people are voting for the first time. We will now speak about the perspectives of the young people. Maybe they have other expectations and challenges, and I would like to talk to the youth organization of the Young Union, and I ask Johannes Winkel to come up here. As first thing, I would like to know from you, what does Europe mean to you? I think as far as the young generation is concerned, Europe is the only opportunity that we are seeing in the future. The Ampel does everything that we are not seeing. But if we look to the future, we will see that we alone will not be taken serious, that we won't have any co-determination. In 30, 40 years, we need a strong Europe so that we can also voice our opinion. And Konrad Adenauer said this in 1949. Sooner or later, we have to have the United States of Europe. Yes, please give him applause. The Junge Union has a campaign which is called Time for Optimism. Do we also need optimism for Europe? Yes, we are living in a time where the political parties actually also use fear, angst. And what the Social Democrats do in this European election campaign, they make a campaign on fear of the conflict with Putin, and they hope that this will actually give them more votes as a political party. But if you think that you can negotiate with Putin, and if Rolf Mützenich says we have to actually, well, you have to actually not think that Putin will negotiate with you. And we as Young Union have said, if we have a motto, when the new board was elected, if we have a time where so many politicians work with angst, with fear, I think so time for optimism with regard to Europe. What do optimists actually expect from Europe? And we've made a study. What do young people expect from Europe? It is so Ursula von der Leyen is very different from Olaf Scholz. Everybody speaks about migration, and the German Federal Chancellor doesn't do anything. He doesn't look for conversations. But Ursula von der Leyen goes to Tunisia and negotiate. What does the Ampel do in Germany? It wants to strengthen coal-based energy supply, and I'm very happy that Ursula von der Leyen and Manfred Weber have other topics. What other topics are important for you as Young Union? Well, migration, of course, this is a topic. There was another motion of the Junge Union yesterday, and we had a motion that we see the security of Europe in the long run in a European army. No, I think this cannot be that we send young people to represent us somewhere in other continents. So for us, the European army as a target. Now I ask the representatives of the other young union.
Bundesvorsitzende des Jungen Wirtschaftsrates,
Caroline Bosbach, representative of the Wirtschaftsrat,
der Bundesvorsitzende des Rings christlich-demokratischer Studenten Lukas Hohnemann,
and also the representative of the
Benedikt Groß, hallo, kommt zu mir.
students.
Kleines Stückchen verteilt.
Come here.
Genau, ich kann hier auch noch mal ein Stück rübergehen. Genau, so sind wir auch alle noch für alle zu sehen. Hallo, schön, dass ihr da seid.
I'm happy all of you are here before we start talking. This is the moment where you can become active again, because we would like to know from you, what does Europe mean from you? I see the first ones have their handy already in their hands. You can scan in the QR code. What does Europe mean for you, for Europe? I would be grateful for one word, and you'll see the result on the screen. Well, I thank you. You are busy, and in the meantime, I would like to know from the others what Europe mean to you. With one word, Caroline, we'll start with you. One word is difficult, that people stay in friendship with each other. As a Saarländer, it is clear for me, freedom of travel. Well, I need two words to study without borders, experience different cultures. So this was quite a lot.
Ist ja schon eine erprobte Geschichte und ein digitales Tool, da kommt es. Ich frage dich trotzdem noch kurz vorher. Wie wichtig ist es für die
How important is it for the young generation that such a big party like the CDU becomes very digital? Yes, we want to get across to young people, and I see that most people don't read the newspaper anymore. The CDU is also on TikTok. I think this is a very good means to get across to the young generation. We can see it here. Then we needn't turn our backs to our audience. We will speak about freedom, security, and peace. These are the terms that we think are very important today, and the election program of the CDU also deals with these items. I might imagine how important is for young people the community of Europe. For the young people, for us, Europe has become a matter of course. In the moment it becomes like that, that is normal, that you can actually have access to the data in Norway the same as in France. Therefore, programs like Erasmus Plus Millions of students could travel with Erasmus Plus last year, and one gets to know the different cultures, and I think we have to make this clear to the young generation before it votes against Europe. Community. I see here love and friendship. I come from Saarland. For me, it is normal to cross the border and see my uncle and buy French bread, baguette, and to talk to the French people. It is a matter of course. This is beautiful. Very recently, the Morgen magazine, which is a TV program, asked us how is Europe in the everyday life. It is very smooth. We can cross the border. We can go to the hospital. It is freedom. It is supply. For us also peace of security. And all the problems we have in Europe, small, and bureaucracy, and for me, all this is too negative, because when we speak about the EU and the values, and if we live out peace, freedom, and security, then the great project of Europe is camouflaged. I see single market competitiveness. And I would like to ask you something. You, as the head of the Young Economic Union, you said we are lagging behind quite a lot as far as competitiveness is concerned. What should be done? Unfortunately, this is true. The perspectives for economy are deteriorated. Europe, as in comparison with the United States or other continents. And we know the reasons. And we have spoken about the possibilities of solving the problems. We have to take into consideration every new law has to also consider competitiveness, and economic aspects have also to be taken into consideration. There are things in lives we should not ignore. Well, energy, for instance, should take into consideration the physical aspects or two. We have to get to know and trust market mechanism, because very often there are negative ideas, and the state, of course, is not a better entrepreneur. Look at the supply chain, etc. Therefore, we young people have to stand up for our convictions and values, which are better. Friedrich Merz mentioned this also in his speech, that Europe is also a community of values. Therefore, we wished that also when we speak about the single market, we have to take this into consideration, but only to a certain degree. But what happens is not linked to market economy. I think it doesn't do justice to the single market and its services, and we have to actually single out priorities This is machine building and car production in Germany. And I think it's very important to also look to the future, because our prosperity depends on Europe. I think the Europeans and Americans should move together better. I'm firmly convinced that I think that the Europeans and the Americans can cooperate very well. Yes, I agree. No conflict, but it's very important to me, and we should not forget this when we speak about economy, because each sector needs ideas, and the Junge Union, this is what we need. Innovation policy based on students. We need more investment in education. We are not the strongest. We need innovation, and therefore projects like integration. If we look at China science investigation, 3,000 projects were made with Chinese investigation projects. I think we have to be very careful that China doesn't use our technology in order to carry out their projects. Not with China, then we have to interrupt our contacts. So education, 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 and the biggest education projects are actually made with our children. Well, keyword education amongst the young people. It is very important that Europe is not taught at schools very much. It is a topic which isn't used a lot. It cannot be that pupils at schools in Europe don't know what the European Union is. And you should know the project. It is only in this way that we can guarantee the acceptance of Europe amongst young people. I would like to pass this on to Johannes. If you know more about Europe, I think the step to cooperate and to co-determine is easier. How can the Union actually integrate young people? The young candidates must have good places on the list, and also in the parliamentary group. We have to see that our top candidates have very good we have very good candidates, and he is enumerating the names. We have super candidates. This is necessary. Point 2 is that in the party, people have to be made familiar, and Markus Söder said this. When we have a Landtag election or a federal election, the political atmosphere is different. And in 4.5 weeks, we will have the European elections. But we haven't heard much about Europe. The only information was the scandal with Maximilian Krah. But I think we will win the elections. I'm not worried. We have to add that topics that affect young people have to be addressed again and again. We spoke about the platform guideline. This is something that is interesting for young people. I spoke to suppliers in Barcelona in this context, and we've seen it does not work always. And where the protection of employees is not guaranteed, there can be abuse. And I would like to underline the only party family in the European Parliament is the European People's Party. And I would like to mention our member, Mr. Haske, who has done a good job. Thank you, Dennis. I would like to pass on to Caroline. One key word is also free trade and jobs. Many jobs depend on free trade. What should the CDU make in this respect? Well, a big part of trade takes place outside Europe. We have to see what we think very often that China is a competitor, and China will overtake us, creates different skeleton conditions, and Europe has to react to this in an appropriate way. And I think we should actually have free trade zones with as many countries as possible. The focus must be on trade. This is not the case. There are many social and environmental interests, and many times no agreements are concluded. Europe can be at the top of the development. We have a well-trained population, and we have a very good domestic market. We have everything that we need. But we must want to have it. And if we want to have it, we have to say goodbye to wanting to do the best for everybody. And then we can live in peace and freedom. And I'm asking you, how can the EU be a good location for young people? Young people love traveling. Young people travel through Europe. We have to be more flexible. We have the Bologna system. When it comes to graduation, I want this process when it comes to graduation. We have to actually see that graduations must be easier. I talked to a young person that had the graduation in forklifting. And as far as China is concerned, I come from the tax law. China drowns us in an environmental tax problem. I think they will overtake us. Lucas, we just heard young people love traveling. They like making other experiences. You mentioned Erasmus before. Do the students use all the possibilities they have? Because it was said here, do the young people know their chances when it comes to Europe? It is beautiful to have Europe in the heart, and you go from hostel to hostel and get to know Europe the way it is, sometimes a little dirty, but it is a good experience. And I think this is how the European spirit gets across. Every enterprise wants to have intercultural competence that you've studied abroad, and nowhere the chances are better to actually accumulate the intercultural competence, because you have to cross only one border. And I think that Europe is the way to grow together in the future. We've talked so much about China. I think at the bottom line, we notice this is the decisive factor. If in Europe we don't become one union, then we won't have any weight. It is a difficult election, but without a united Europe, we lose the balance. Well, I come to Erasmus Plus. There are people that can participate in the Erasmus Plus program, but many don't participate because it is work to actually make your training in some other country of Europe. I have another question to you. You can create enthusiasm due to the cohesion, but you can also create enthusiasm. You can say, look here, you can cooperate. How do you create this enthusiasm? How do you achieve this in the Junge Union? I think Europe is a topic which very often is not on the agenda, and the Länder actually have to do a lot in this respect, and we have to do more amongst the young people. There are less discussions at schools. When you look at schools, there is practically no interest, and this is due to the fact that schools are afraid of doing something wrong, that they are not neutral from the political point of view. And here, I think schools have to be politically neutral, but not non-political. I would like to know, there are not only contents, but also tools that can create enthusiasm. With which tools do you get across to young people? Well, all of you say that TikTok actually makes you get across to young people, but there are other possibilities. Do you know them? As Young Union, we have a big Europe festival in 2 weeks in Frankfurt, together with Ursula von der Leyen and other European Parliament. And of course, you can get to know a lot about via Instagram and TikTok, what we said already, but to talk to young people, that the young people can speak to Ursula von der Leyen and can ask questions of everyday life and the evening party is just as important. I share this opinion. It is very important that we become active on site and that you become active politically speaking. You get to know somebody. Please come along. And for this, we have to have attractive events, and of course, we have to offer more because parties have to be attractive. I think Johannes wanted to add something. Yes, parties have to be attractive. What do you get as a student or young employees? When we speak of the young people, we speak of the young people, but it's a variety of young people. We see this, that you are very different. How do you get across to young people? 4% of young people are politically active, so this is a very small share, and I am dealing with this in my doctorate thesis. We have very few political citizens, and we have ever less citizens that go to demonstrations. And I think the Young Union does this very well with demonstrations. We have to get our young people to our events. And this is very often ignored. And then there are online communities. This is my topics. They make a lot, and the CDU has to get involved there. And I think we will be on a better way. I will not be scientific, but I want to have more pragmatism, and I think the Young Union shows how it can be, and young people have to support each other. If we've understood this, the rest will come automatically. We have to conquer the political space. We have to go to the trade unions. We have to go to the Kolping associations. It's not always fun. As a Christian Democrat, it is very often not easy. We have to burn for Europe, and we have to present the positive message online, yes, in presence, and we have to actually enter these organizations. And here the circle is closed. There's somebody who has listened very closely to you, and I would like to ask him to come up to Friedrich Merz should join us.
Here he is. Please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no second party in Germany or Europe that is so lucky to have so many young CDU member associations, Junge Union, Junge Wirtschaftsrat, Young CDA, RCDS, and Schwarzenberg. That's wonderful. Thank you. We rely on you. Thanks for being with us today. You showed us what your topics are. You can cast your vote at the European elections at the age of 16 already. And therefore, thank you very much for being with us today, for your discussion. An applause for our youth organizations. Thank Thank you. I would like to say something. We talked about many things. What is the most important thing that you take with you from this talk? I would like to see something that is also connected, or that has to be connected with Europe, and that is just enthusiasm. That this European Union, that we have this Europe, is nothing self-understood. And the young generation can get this across with emotion and empathy. Europe is something worth struggling for. That is the most important thing that we can that we can take with us as a lesson. Thank you. Next, I would like to ask you to move over because we want to take a photo. Okay, great. Thank you to the representatives of the youth organizations of the CDU. Thank you, Mr. Merz. Next, we will talk about important topics that keep us busy, freedom and security. I talked to Friedrich Merz. I also want to ask someone else to join the stage, a courageous woman who knows a lot better how it is to live in Putin's Russia. She's living in Germany and Israel today. She's a historian, Germanist, and he founded the human rights organization, Montreal. And ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have a good, great applause for Dr. Irina Sherbakova. Welcome, nice to have you with us. Mrs. Sherbakova, worldwide, we see an increase of anti-liberal ideas, authoritarian regimes. Our freedom seems to be threatened, and your perspective is a special one because you are dealing as a historian with the crimes of totalitarian rulers. Memorial wants to identify the human rights violations. How do you evaluate the development in the present time? First, thank you for having me. And actually, historians talk about the past all the time. But our situation today is such that the past, or the history, or what Putin defines as history, plays an important role in the Russian development, and secondly, as a justification of this attack against the Ukraine. This conspiracy of the history that we see, that we hear from Putin, that's not true history. That's a very dangerous and poisonous mixture from conspiracies, wrong myths, quotes from strange philosophers. But it's dangerous that this past should be the present and the future of Russia, and that's dangerous. One more thing. If you could get the courage to see that Kremlin spectacle for the 5th time, and the speech of our patriarch, the Kyrill, addressed Putin like Your Majesty, and then said almost literally that he will rule into the eternity of Russia. And actually, after this change and negation of the constitution that was practiced yesterday, Putin can spend another 12 years in power. So we see these facts. One more thing. This war, this attack against the Ukraine, and history plays a big role, because what Putin tells the Russians and Europe and makes believe to Europe that Russia, in this imaginary past, this post-imperial past, they want to stay there. And the reason of this war that we could not really see was that Ukrainians, with all the weaknesses and problems and this heritage of the Soviet Union, they wanted to move to the future in Europe, and that was the red line. And we should have understood from the very beginning, then the support for the Ukraine would have come a lot earlier, in 2014 already, massively. Mr. Merz, it was mentioned the end of the Soviet Union had a different future in mind. We thought that democracy would prevail, a worldwide project that works, but the recent years create doubts about that. What does this mean for politics? First of all, Mrs. Shervakova, we're very grateful to you that you have come here today. It's a big honor for us. And I want to tell you, we rely on people as you and scientists, people who are able to describe the situation in Russia. We should have listened to you earlier. The question you asked is, what will the consequence be? My feeling tells me that a major part of the population in Germany still hopes that all of this is a phenomenon that will go away, and that soon we will live in normal times again, also with Russia. And we talked about that before. I would like to hear from you what you think about the social discussion in Russia. It's a people with 140 million. It's a country with 140 million people. What is the discussion in Russia like? What is happening with the Russian society? Can we hope that this will result in a development that will move this country closer to us? Or is that an illusion? Yes, that's a very difficult question. But I think we have to give an honest answer so that it's not an illusion. You know, when this war began, the Ukraine asked, how could that happen? How could you have tolerated that? That Putin starts this war and that such a regime becomes stable in Russia. And the question is justified. All these questions we asked ourselves, how could that happen? And That's a discussion about red lines. What went wrong? Where were the mistakes made? And that is an important discussion. However, and you can say that with this Putin propaganda, in the 20 years during which the people were told nationalistic ideas and so on, this hatred and this enemy, that's an important context in this European history, that Europe, well, when Gorbachev came into power, the motto was very early, Europe is our common house. You have to imagine, to hear something like that in Russia, Europe is our common house. It meant the end of the Cold War, that Putin managed to turn everything around, that Europe is their enemy. So that is a disaster. And actually, we lost this struggle. The question is, why? But there is a hope, and there are permanent signs, protest, dissatisfaction, calls for peace that's still strong, that was revealed in many ways in the last year. At the funeral of Alexei Navalny, at the elections and so on, there are signs. But the suppression mechanism of Putin is very strong. He works with the fears in Europe. He creates fears. Yesterday, we did not say that, but yesterday, military exercises were held with nuclear weapons. That was announced. And these are fears that Putin uses in the domestic policy and in foreign policy. And the Russian society is afraid. It is affected by that fear. But, of course, I have hope. I know so many people in Russia who are against this war, and whenever possible, people join a protest. But there is a condition, and it is important for us. Putin cannot win this war. If that happens, and Ursula von der Leyen spoke about that, and you, Mr. Merz, you have said that. If he wins, then there is no chance for the opposition, and therefore that's so important. Thank you. I would like to ask the next question to the two of you. Mrs. Shevakova, you just repeated that. Putin must not win this war. There must not be negotiations with Putin. And you criticized the SPD politicians who said they wanted to freeze this war. Mr. Merz, how do you look at peace and war? Please, Mr. Merz, the toughest criticism in the sentence of Wolf Mutzenich that we have to think about freezing this war did not come from us, but it came from a group
die alle 5 der SPD angehören, angeführt von Heinrich August Winkler, der nun wirklich einer der renommiertesten Historiker unseres Landes ist, emeritierter Geschichtsprofessor an der Humboldt-Universität in Berlin. Und wenige Tage später ist von einem jüngeren Professor Jan Behrens noch einmal ein Interview erschienen, in dem er diese Kritik noch einmal verstärkt hat und der SPD vorgeworfen hat, wörtlich, ich habe das Zitat in Erinnerung, seit Mitte der 80er Jahre einer schleichenden Entintellektualisierung zu unterliegen, was die Bewertung von solchen Konflikten und solchen Kriegen betrifft. So, und ich finde, das ist ein besorgniserregender Befund. Denn es kann uns ja nicht gleichgültig sein, wenn eine große, traditionsreiche Partei wie die SPD, und ich sage das mal jenseits aller parteipolitischen Unterschiede, es ist eine wichtige Partei für Deutschland, von ihren eigenen Mitgliedern, die renommierte Historiker sind, den Vorwurf bekommt, seit 30, seit 40 Jahren eine schleichende Entintellektualisierung ihrer Außenpolitik bescheinigt bekommt. Das ist doch ein besorgniserregender Befund. So, für uns wird die Aufgabe sein, den Menschen in Deutschland, aber auch in Europa, ich habe das in meiner Rede am Montag versucht, auf einen einzigen Satz zu bringen, zu vermitteln, dass Friedfertigkeit allein noch keinen Frieden bringt. Wir wollen alle Frieden und wir sind dankbar, dass wir seit jetzt über 7 Jahrzehnten im Frieden leben. Aber dieser Frieden hat Voraussetzungen. Wir werden für den Erhalt des Friedens arbeiten müssen. Wir werden etwas tun müssen. Und so furchtbar das ist, aber dieses Regime in Russland zeigt uns eben das hässliche Gesicht von totalitären Systemen, die eben nicht nur auf Repression nach innen ausgerichtet sind, sondern die auch auf Aggression nach außen ausgerichtet sind. Und wir haben heute schon in anderem Zusammenhang, ich will auch Ursula von der Leyen nochmal danken, dass sie das sehr klar und sehr deutlich auch gegenüber China gesagt hat. Und Ursula ja nicht nur hier heute bei uns, sondern in der letzten Woche zusammen mit Emmanuel Macron in Paris, als ihr Xi Jinping getroffen habt. Es hätte durchaus der deutsche Bundeskanzler auch bei diesem Treffen dabei sein können. Das wäre kein schlechtes Signal gewesen, wenn das nicht nur die Kommissionspräsidentin und der Präsident von Frankreich macht, sondern auch der deutsche Bundeskanzler. Einfach diesen Regimen zu sagen, dass wir fest entschlossen sind, unsere Freiheit zu verteidigen. Weil wir nur wissen, dass dann, wo Freiheit besteht, auch der Friede auf Dauer bewahrt werden kann. Und vielleicht müssen wir sogar Teile unserer Bevölkerung aus einer gewissen Friedensillusion herausholen und ihnen sagen, Frieden hat Bedingungen und dafür müssen wir etwas tun. Und tun heißt eben auch, nicht ausschließlich, aber heißt auch, in der Lage zu sein, militärisch ein Territorium und damit eine Gesellschaft und ein Gesellschaftsmodell zu verteidigen. Nehmen wir es doch mal so, wie es ist. Wir sprechen über die normative Kraft des Westens. So, und dieses Normative des Westens, nicht das Territoriale, sondern das Normative unseres Westens, das steht unter stärkerem Druck, als wir das in den letzten Jahrzehnten jemals gesehen haben.
Danke. Frau Scherbakowa, an Sie im Grunde genommen auch die gleiche Frage, wie Sie auf Krieg und Frieden in der Ukraine blicken. Aber ich würde gerne noch was vorwegschicken. Sie haben es gerade gesagt, Herr Merz. Sehen Sie, Frau Scherbakowa, in der deutschen Gesellschaft, dass diese Gesellschaft sich dessen bewusst ist, dass Frieden verteidigt werden muss und dass Freiheit verteidigt werden muss? Also sehen Sie da das Bewusstsein dafür?
Es war natürlich es war natürlich lange Zeit von großen Illusionen, mit den großen Illusionen in Verbindung stand. Und eigentlich, ich bin ja hier Historikerin und ich muss ja sagen, dass unsere Warnsignale, also wir haben diesen Kampf verloren, aber unsere Warnsignale all diese Jahre waren ganz, ganz deutlich. Ich meine jetzt Memorial, ich meine jetzt Menschen aus der Opposition, wo wir immer gesagt haben, wenn jetzt Ursula von der Leyen von dem Vogelschiss gesprochen hat, so war es in Russland auf eine andere Weise war es auf eine andere Weise, indem man die Stalinszeit, Zeit des großen Terrors, also die Millionen Menschen das Leben gekostet hat, die Osteuropa eigentlich in den kommunistischen Diktaturen jahrzehntelang befangen waren und so, wurde eigentlich als die glorreichste Zeit Russland dargestellt. Und das war ein absolutes Signal mit Stalins Denkmälern, also mit den ganzen sozusagen, diesen ganzen nicht nur sowjetischen Nostalgie, sondern also mit diesem absoluten Beschwörung, also des Sieges und einem Militarismus, der mit dieser Beschwörung. Wir sind heute am 8. Mai da. Und das muss nicht vergessen werden. Also und morgen wird der 9. Mai in Russland sein, Tag des Sieges. Und jahrzehntelang, sogar in der sowjetischen Zeit, war das der Tag eigentlich, wo man, wenn auch zum Teil heuchlerisch, aber für viele Menschen war das überhaupt keine Heuchelei, Frieden beschworen hat. Und schon seit Jahren, mindestens seit 20 Jahren, bedeutet dieser 9. Mai und wie es dargestellt wird in Russland natürlich als Verkündung von dem Militarismus. Und das musste man also schon sehr lange, wirklich sehr lange wahrnehmen, als ganz starke Warnsignale. Und ich glaube, das hat man in Deutschland übersehen. Das wollte man nicht so wahrnehmen. Davor hatte man Angst. Und diese Angst stand auch ein bisschen in der, also es war natürlich eine Angst, die aus dem Zweiten Weltkrieg wiederkam. Das waren aber sentimentale Gefühle, die dann auch zum Teil auch sozusagen von putinischer Politik verstreut waren. Dieses russische Seele, also die irgendwie etwas schon in sich Wertvolles ist, die kann man ja gar nicht begreifen und so weiter. Diese sozusagen Verschleimungen, also der Wirklichkeit oder der putinischen Politik. Und natürlich, was ganz, ganz wichtig war, leider, ganz harte wirtschaftliche Interessen. Und darauf hat übrigens Putin gepocht. Und Deutschland spielte ja dabei eine ganz entscheidende Rolle, weil die Überlegung von Putin, dass er mit diesem Krieg es schafft und das Westen das schlucken wird und Europa auch, wie man Krim eigentlich in Wirklichkeit geschluckt hat, war, dass eigentlich es keine wirkliche Zivilgesellschaft gibt, dass alle diese Werte, die man sozusagen also verkündet in Europa, die uns wichtig sind, wie Freiheit des Menschen, was das Wichtigste ist, das sind nur Attrappen und alles entscheiden Wirtschaftsinteressen, Gas, Öl und Geld. Und das hatte Folgen auch in der deutschen Politik. Diese Mischung zwischen Illusionen, Angst, wirtschaftlichen Interessen, Wegschauen. Und das hat in meinen Augen, das hat natürlich zum Teil dem Putin den Weg gebahnt in diesem Krieg. Aber Gott sei Dank, langsam, nicht sofort, kam doch, aber wenigstens am 24. Februar, kam doch Erkenntnis, in welcher Katastrophe wir alle sind. Und dann, wie gesagt, habe ich wirklich erlebt, wie die deutsche Zivilgesellschaft darauf reagierte. Also, und das war für mich eine große Erleichterung. Und eigentlich von unsereins ist das die einzige Hoffnung, dass Europa und die Zivilgesellschaft in Europa so stark sind, dass man wirklich dem Putin entgegentreten kann. Also das ist das, also was eigentlich unsere Hoffnung ist.
Vielen Dank. Und hoffnungsvoll möchte ich dieses Gespräch auch eigentlich schließen, denn wir haben ja Werte in Europa, die uns einen und die uns zu dieser Europawahl Hoffnung geben können, oder Herr Merz?
Ja, ich glaube ja. Und vermutlich erleben wir zurzeit in der Tat eine ganz grundlegende Veränderung der Beobachtung und auch der Einschätzung der internationalen Politik durch einen immer größer werdenden Teil unserer Bevölkerung. Diese Bilder aus der Ukraine sind einfach so schrecklich und auch gleichzeitig so eindeutig, dass alle Erzählungen darüber, dass dieses Land nun eine Gefahr für Russland sein könnte und dass dort Nazis ausgelöscht werden müssten und wirklich bar jeder Anhaltspunkte ist und so vollkommen konstruiert ist, dass wohl größere Teile der Bevölkerung das verstehen. Nicht alle, aber größere Teile der Bevölkerung schon. Und für mich ist die Schlussfolgerung ganz einfach, und das sage ich jetzt auch mal als Parteivorsitzender der CDU, wir müssen die Wehrhaftigkeit unserer Demokratie und unserer Freiheit stärken, und wir müssen in der Bevölkerung dafür werben, dass wir nur dann, wenn wir auch militärisch in der Lage sind, unser Land, unser Territorium, das NATO-Gebiet zu verteidigen, das erhalten können, was wir hier gemeinsam haben, nämlich Frieden, Freiheit und auch unseren Wohlstand. Und Frau Scherbakowa, wenn Sie mir erlauben, das noch einmal zu sagen, Sie sind Friedensnobelpreisträgerin, und ich finde es wirklich großartig, dass Sie den Mut haben, das hier auch in der deutschen Öffentlichkeit immer wieder zu sagen. Wir kennen Sie auch aus vielen Fernsehsendungen. Sie leben in Deutschland. Ich möchte Ihnen einfach die Kraft und den Mut wünschen, das fortzusetzen, und zwar so, dass Ihre Stimme gehört wird und dass wir auch etwas mitnehmen von dem und vor allen Dingen Fehler nicht wiederholen, die wir gemacht haben. Ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank für Ihr Engagement.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Ja, das bleibt mir auch noch zu sagen. Ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank. Dr. Irina Scherbakowa, Friedrich Merz, ganz herzlichen Dank. Vielen Dank. Genau. Wir sehen uns gleich. Wir haben über den Angriffskrieg Russlands gegen die Ukraine gesprochen und wir hören davon jeden Tag. Wir sehen auch Bilder. Aber es gibt Menschen, die wachen seit mehr als 2 Jahren jeden einzelnen Tag in diesem Krieg auf. Und auch er gehört dazu, der Bürgermeister der ukrainischen Hauptstadt Kiew, Vitali Klitschko. Und weil er heute nicht persönlich bei uns sein kann, hat er uns eine Videobotschaft zukommen lassen. Sehen Sie selbst.
Liebe Freunde der CDU Deutschland, lieber Friedrich Merz, lieber Carsten Lindemann, ich freue mich, aus Kiew die Delegierte der CDU-Parteitag begrüßen zu dürfen. Zunächst meine herzlichen Glückwunsch an Friedrich Merz zum erfolgreichen Wiederwahl als Bundesvorsitzender der CDU Deutschland. So gutes Ergebnis ist ein starkes Startsignal für 2024, das der CDU für bevorstehende Aufgaben Rückwind geben wird. Ich war schon oft Gast auf Parteitag der CDU und würde auch dieses Mal gerne bei euch sein. Aber ich bitte euch um Verständnis, dass ich aufgrund der aktuellen Lage Kiew in diesen Tagen nicht verlassen kann. Ich freue mich aber, dass ich auf diesem Weg einige Worte an euch, unsere CDU-Freunde, richten kann. Die Ukraine erlebt derzeit die schwierigste Zeit ihrer Geschichte. Wir Ukrainer sind Deutschland für seine riesige Hilfe sehr dankbar. Dank für Unterstützung Deutschlands können wir uns gegen die russische Armee verteidigen. Deutsche Patriots, deutsche Arrestee, deutsche Gepards, Leopards und Mörder retten uns fast jeden Tag und damit eine Menge Leben. Aber wir brauchen eure Hilfe dringend weiter. Ich bitte den Westen, Europa und gerade euch, Deutschland, alle Mögliche zu tun, damit wir uns gegen die russische Aggression auch weiterhin erfolgreich verteidigen können. Der CDU bin ich für eure konsequente Haltung in dieser Frage sehr, sehr dankbar. Liebe Freunde, ihr alle wisst, die Ukraine verteidigt die Werte von Freiheit, Demokratie und Menschenrechte auch für euch, für Europa, für Deutschland. Bitte vergessen das nie und denkt daran, wenn wir diesen Kampf verlieren, dann werdet ihr in Zukunft führen müssen. Unsere gemeinsame Zukunft ist eine freie, sichere und demokratische Ukraine und eine freie, sichere, demokratische Europa. Liebe Grüße, herzliche Grüße aus Kiew, eure Vitali Klitschko. Erfolgreiche Parteitag wünsche ich euch.
Ja, der klare Appell noch einmal und der Satz, die Ukraine verteidigt auch die Werte, die wir hier für so wichtig empfinden. Diese Werte teilt auch natürlich mein nächster Gast hier oben auf der Bühne und er hat eine klare programmatische Vision, wie das Europa der Zukunft aussehen kann. Und er möchte seine Partei, die EVP, gerne so stark machen, dass die konservative Politik die Zukunft dieses Kontinents mitgestalten kann und darf. Meine Damen und Herren, bitte begrüßen Sie sehr herzlich den Parteivorsitzenden der Europäischen Volkspartei, Manfred Weber.
Lieber Friedrich Merz, liebe Ursula von der Leyen, liebe CDU-Freunde, ich darf euch die besten Grüße der gesamten Europäischen Volkspartei, der Christdemokratie auf diesem Kontinent übermitteln. Ehrlich gesagt, morgen bin ich in Barcelona. Zu Hause hört sich das für mich immer ein bisschen komisch an, wenn ich die Grüße überbringe, aber umso herzlicher überbringe ich sie euch als der starke Pfeiler in der Europäischen Volkspartei. Die CDU ist dieser starke Pfeiler, weil sie die größte Partei in dieser Parteienfamilie darstellt. Und ich möchte zu Beginn Danke sagen bei denen, die diese Pfeiler tragen, bei Daniel Caspary und der gesamten Mannschaft im Europäischen Parlament, bei meinem Stellvertreter, bei David McAllister als Mitglied der CDU im Präsidium der Partei, bei Ursula von der Leyen, unserer Spitzenkandidatin und auch zukünftigen Kommissionspräsidentin Europas, und Friedrich, bei dir als starken Parteichef. Wenn du in Europa unterwegs bist und du bist committed auch zu den Gremien der Parteiarbeit, du bist mit dabei, du führst, dann spüren die Menschen dort ist das proeuropäische Deutschland verankert. Du führst sie in eine gute Zukunft. Herzlichen Dank an euch alle. Liebe Parteifreunde, die erste Botschaft, und da sind wir vielleicht als Christdemokraten, als Christsoziale sehr old-fashioned. Die erste Botschaft ist für uns in einem Wahlkampf, dass wir darstellen wollen, wir haben geliefert. Ursula von der Leyen hat geführt in den letzten Jahren. Die Fraktion im Parlament, haben viele Kolleginnen und Kollegen mitgestaltet, unsere Kommissare. Wir führen Europa in schwierigen Zeiten. Und gerade das letzte Pendel, die letzte Diskussion, das Emotionale, das wir heute auch gespürt haben zur Ukraine, zeigt es. Es war Roberta Metsola, die als erste nach Kiew gefahren ist. Und es war Ursula von der Leyen, die die Ukraine-Politik der letzten Jahre geführt hat. Liebe Freunde, ich werde darüber hinaus bei vielen Journalistengesprächen angesprochen, steht ihr denn weiter zum Green Deal? Ein zweites Thema dieser Legislaturperiode. Liebe Freunde, wir stehen nicht nur zum Green Deal, wir haben ihn gemacht unter Führung von Ursula von der Leyen. Wir stehen zum Klimaschutz und bestätigen das auch den 16-Jährigen. Ihr könnt euch auf Union verlassen. Es ist unser Thema, dieses Thema anzupacken und es in die Zukunft zu führen. Und liebe Parteifreunde, wir haben ein weiteres großes Themenfeld gelöst in dieser Legislaturperiode. Und ich gehe jetzt nicht auf die Inhalte der Migrationspolitik ein. Ich möchte euch aber sagen, dass wir es als Parteienfamilie waren, die das Thema angepackt und gelöst haben. Ursula von der Leyen den Kommissionsvorschlag vorgelegt, Margaritis Skinas, der zukünftige Vizepräsident, hat es gemanagt. Es ist Kyriakos Mitsotakis an der griechisch-türkischen Grenze, der für Ordnung sorgt. Es ist Antonio Tajani, der mitgeholfen hat, in Tunesien die Abkommen hinzukriegen. Und es ist unser Freund Petteri Orpo, der in Finnland als Premierminister regiert, mich vor Weihnachten angerufen hat und gesagt hat, wir werden die Grenzen zu Russland schließen, weil Putin Migranten einsetzt, um uns zu erpressen. Und ich als christdemokratischer Regierungschef lasse nicht zu, dass Europa erpresst wird. Wir kümmern uns europaweit um die Lösung dieser Aufgabe und nicht die Ampelmehrheit, die wir leider Gottes in Deutschland haben, liebe Freunde. Lasst uns darauf stolz sein. Und an dieser Facette Migration muss ich parteipolitisch als Parteichef noch 2 Akzente setzen. Heute lese ich in den Medien, dass der sozialdemokratische Spitzenkandidat, der antritt, Kommissionspräsident zu werden, es ablehnt, dass wir auf europäischer Ebene Flüchtlingsabkommen mit der Nachbarschaft um Europa herum abschließen, weil es sich um keine voll funktionsfähigen Demokratien handeln würde und deswegen das alles schwierig ist. Ja, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, in welcher Welt leben denn Sozialdemokraten? Wir können uns unsere Nachbarn nicht aussuchen. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, natürlich basiert unser Ansatz auf unseren Werten, aber wir müssen doch, wenn wir Probleme lösen wollen, mit unseren Nachbarn reden und mit ihnen die Probleme lösen und nicht gegen diese Probleme lösen. Deshalb unser Ansatz ist einer, der löst und der nicht nur verspricht. Und der zweiten Gedanken, wenn es um diese parteipolitische Einordnung geht, sei mir noch erlaubt, an dem Beispiel Migration, an einem der Top-Themen Europas festzumachen. Liebe Parteifreunde, im Europäischen Parlament war dieser Migrationspakt auf Messerschneide gestanden. Daniel Caspary hat davon berichtet am Beginn des Parteitags. Und liebe Freunde, es ging um wenige knappe Stimmen, ob es uns gelingt, das zum Erfolg zu bringen. Und man stelle sich nochmal vor, das wäre gescheitert. Le Pen, AfD, hätten Freudenfeste gefeiert, weil Europa wieder mal nicht in der Lage ist, das Problem zu lösen. Es ist uns dann gelungen, mit Unterstützung vieler Freunde in Europa. Aber ich muss in Erinnerung rufen, dass die europäischen Grünen im Europäischen Parlament diesem Pakt ihre Unterstützung verweigert haben. Und ich muss sagen, wenn nach 8 Jahren quälender Debatte auf europäischer Ebene wir zum Konsens der Staaten Europas kommen, zum Konsens der demokratischen Parteien im Europäischen Parlament kommen und dann die Grünen sich diesem Konsens verweigern und in Kauf nehmen, dass die Rechtsradikalen davon profitieren, dann haben die Grünen den Anspruch verwirkt, Europapartei zu sein, liebe Parteifreunde. Wir sind Europapartei und nicht die Grünen im Europäischen Parlament. Nicht reden, handeln. Unsere erste Botschaft in diesem Wahlkampf, den wir europaweit mit Stolz heraustragen darf. Und ich möchte persönlich noch 2 Gedanken dazu sagen. Im letzten Europawahlkampf war mir ein Thema wichtig, nämlich der Kampf gegen Krebs. Wir haben jetzt als Europäische Union das größte Antikrebsprogramm auf den Weg gebracht, das es weltweit gibt, gemeinsam verbunden mit den nationalen Investitionen. Mit dem Traum, dass wir Europäer gemeinsam es schaffen können, diese schweren Volkskrankheiten, vielleicht zukünftig auch mal Alzheimer, dass es uns gelingen kann, als Europäer gemeinsam diesen Krankheiten das Stoppschild zu stellen und zu sagen, wir schaffen es, das zu bekämpfen. Wir liefern in der Sache im Interesse des Alltags, der Sorgen der Menschen und das auch verbunden mit einer ganz konkreten Botschaft, weil wir ja in Deutschland zu Anfang dieses Jahres viele Landwirte, Bauern auf der Straße hatten, die demonstriert haben, möchte ich am Schluss bei dieser Bilanzfrage schon noch in Erinnerung rufen, dass in der letzten Sitzungswoche vor den Europawahlen dank des Vorschlags von Ursula von der Leyen wir ein Gesetzespaket beschlossen haben, wo wir unseren Bauern jetzt sagen, sie dürfen wieder auf 100% der Fläche produzieren. Die verbindliche Flächenstilllegung wurde gestrichen und wir haben für Betriebe unter 10 Hektar, das sind die Nebenerwerbslandwirte, das sind die kleinen Bauern bei uns, die nicht so viel Zeit haben für die Bürokratie, haben wir jetzt entschieden, dass die nie wieder im Leben einen EU-Prüfer am Hof haben werden, dass die nie wieder kontrolliert werden und auch keine Sanktion zu erwarten haben. Das ist für 100.000 Betriebe in Deutschland der größte Schritt von Entbürokratisierung, die wir angepackt haben. Liebe Parteifreunde, wir reden nicht drüber, wir handeln, wir setzen das um, was wir den Menschen versprechen und lasst uns darauf auch stolz sein. Darauf basiert das Wichtigste in der Politik, nämlich Vertrauen. Vertrauen in Personen und Vertrauen in Parteien. Liebe Freunde, wir haben leider in der Legislaturperiode auch einige Male in Brüssel die Ampel durchscheinen sehen. Die Brüsseler Ampel von Liberalen, Grünen und Sozialdemokraten verbunden mit den Kommunisten. Und da gibt es leider Gottes ein Thema, das uns echt beschwert. Wir haben nämlich über die Frage geredet, können wir Industriearbeitsplätze bei uns in Deutschland, in Europa halten? Und ich sage es nochmal ganz eindrücklich, die Europäische Volkspartei, die Gesamtfraktion, hat sich bei der Abstimmung um den Verbrenner für die Weiterführung dieser Technologie in der Zukunft entschieden. Und ich muss nochmal deutlich in Erinnerung rufen, es war auch die liberale Fraktion im Europäischen Parlament, geführt von Emmanuel Macron an der Spitze, die sich für das Verbot des Verbrenners ausgesprochen haben. Es ist wunderbar zu sehen, wenn die deutsche FDP fordert, dass der Verbrenner weitergeführt wird. In Brüssel, in der eigenen Fraktion, hatten sie nicht die Kraft, ihre Positionen durchzusetzen. Wir als CDU-CSU hatten die Kraft, das europaweit in unserer Fraktion durchzusetzen, liebe Freunde. Das muss man immer wieder in Erinnerung rufen. Europa ist nicht nationale Politik kopiert nach Brüssel, sondern lebt von den Mehrheiten dort. Und ich sage ausdrücklich dazu, dieses Verbot des Verbrenners war ein schwerer industriepolitischer Fehler. Und wenn wir im nächsten Europäischen Parlament die Mehrheiten haben, dann werden wir die Revisionsklausel nutzen, um diesen Fehler zu heilen. Wir wollen die Arbeitsplätze bei uns und nicht in China und nicht in Südamerika, liebe Parteifreunde. Dafür stehen wir und die Zusage geben wir den Menschen. Und wenn ihr mir erlaubt, lasst mich über die Mehrheiten von morgen reden. Wir wollen keine Ampel auf europäischer Ebene. Es Sie hat in Deutschland schon genug Schaden angerichtet. Aber wir haben auch einen klaren Trennstrich, das ist heute mehrfach zum Ausdruck gebracht worden, zum radikalen Kern der Rechten. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, liebe Parteifreunde, es ist beschrieben worden, die tschechischen, die belgischen Behörden haben klare Belege für die Korrumpiertheit der AfD, finanziert aus Russland, die chinesischen Spionagetätigkeiten. Alice Weidel war in Paris, hat mit Le Pen gesprochen, sie sitzen in einer Fraktion. Und Le Pen sagt nach diesem Gespräch, sie wisse nicht, ob die AfD im nächsten Europäischen Parlament noch in der ID-Fraktion willkommen geheißen werden kann. Die AfD, liebe Parteifreunde, ist unter den Radikalen die radikalste Partei. Es gibt nur noch wenige, die den Austritt aus der Europäischen Union fordern. Nicht mal Wilders in Niederlande fordert es, nicht mal Le Pen fordert es, nicht mal die FPÖ fordert es. Aber unsere deutsche AfD stellt sich mit Höcke hin und sagt, dieses Europa muss sterben. Liebe Parteifreunde, dieses Europa ist unser Europa. Es ist ein christdemokratisches Europa. Wir haben es geprägt. Wir stehen in der ersten Reihe, um unser Europa gegen diese Neonazis zu verteidigen, liebe Freunde. Und das ist auf diesem Parteitag heute zum Ausdruck gebracht worden. Und da brauchen wir auch von niemandem Nachhilfe. In allen Regierungen, wo wir beteiligt sind, praktizieren wir das. Bei Ulf Kristersson in Schweden, bei Petri Orpo in Finnland. Wir sind in Mittelosteuropa die Partei des Rechtsstaats. Andrej Plenković ist wiedergewählt worden. In Kroatien hat Kroatien in den Euro geführt, in den Schengen-Raum geführt. Es ist Klaus Johannes in Rumänien, der wie kein zweiter für ein demokratisches, europäisches Rumänien steht. Liebe Freunde, in der Tschechischen Republik haben wir den liberalen Babiš aus dem Amt gekegelt mit unseren Parteifamilien. Wir brauchen davon niemanden Nachhilfe und an vorderster Stelle steht der tolle Erfolg meines Vorgängers als EVP-Parteivorsitzender in Polen, nämlich von Donald Tusk. Er hat bis in die Opposition geschickt, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Wir sind in Europa die Partei Europas, die Partei der Ukraine und die Partei des Rechtsstaats. Und niemand sonst auf diesem Kontinent ist diese Partei. Und ich sage das nochmal ausdrücklich, weil wir ja jetzt Debatte darauf haben, wie die demokratische Mitte darauf reagiert. Auf diese Welle von Nazis, die wir in Europa leider wieder erleben. Ich plädiere für den Konsens der demokratischen Mitte. Aber ich warne auch davor, dass dieses Thema parteipolitisch missbraucht wird, wie wir es in einigen Ländern der Europäischen Union erleben. Liebe Freunde, es gibt diesen Konsens. Aber jede Partei muss in ihrem eigenen Bereich Verantwortung übernehmen. Es sei nur erlaubt, darauf hinzuweisen, dass in den Niederlanden derzeit die Partei der FDP, Mark Rutte, mit Wilders verhandelt, eine Regierung zu bilden und keine christdemokratische Partei. Insofern muss jeder bitte seine Aufgaben wahrnehmen, Europa auf Kurs zu halten. Wir als Europäische Volkspartei, als CDU, als CSU wissen, wofür wir stehen und wofür wir kämpfen, liebe Freunde. Und im Hinblick auf die demokratische Verfasstheit Europas sei mir noch erlaubt, darauf hinzuweisen, dass wir nach der Wahl Klarheit brauchen beim Konzept des Spitzenkandidaten, der Spitzenkandidatin. Liebe Parteifreunde, wir haben 2019 nach wie vor in den Knochen im Sinne von Scheitern der Idee. Ich selbst war zusammengesessen mit sozialdemokratischen und liberalen Fraktionsvorsitzenden im Europäischen Parlament, die mir mitgeteilt haben, dass sie den Wahlgewinner nicht unterstützen werden bei der Wahl des Kommissionspräsidenten. Damals ist Schaden an der europäischen Demokratie entstanden. Für mich und für uns ist das Kapitel abgeschlossen. Wir wissen, wofür wir stehen. Für ein demokratisches Europa und haben eine überzeugende Kandidatin, die in den letzten 5 Jahren bewiesen hat, dass sie es kann. Dass wir es gemeinsam gut gemacht haben. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, was ich aber formulieren will, ist, dass ich mir heute schon erwarte, dass Sozialdemokraten, Grüne und Liberale auch vor der Wahl ein Bekenntnis abgeben, dass sie nach der Wahl die stärkste Fraktion Europas und damit auch die Spitzenkandidatin der stärksten Fraktion Europas auch anschließend den demokratischen Bereich unterstützen werden. Ein zweites Mal Hinterzimmer, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, ein zweites Mal parteipolitische Spiele kann sich die Demokratie Europas nicht leisten. Wir stehen hinter Ursula von der Leyen und wir wollen, dass die anderen Parteien das auch tun, sollten wir die Wahlen gewinnen. Liebe Parteifreunde, der letzte Gedanke, den ich noch ansprechen will, sind die Themen der Zukunft und sie wurden bereits intensiv diskutiert, deswegen von meiner Seite nur stichwortartig. Wohlstand steht für uns im Mittelpunkt. Wir haben es in Bukarest beschrieben, beschlossen. Und wenn unser deutscher Kanzler sagt, er schaut auf Straßen und sieht nur Deutsche und sieht keine deutschen oder chinesischen Autos, sondern nur Autos fahren, dann kann man nur fragen, in welcher naiven Welt lebt Olaf Scholz. Wir müssen uns schützen, Ursula von der Leyen hat das zum Ausdruck gebracht. Und wir stehen auch für Welthandel. Wir wollen Mercosur, wir wollen diese modernen Handelsverträge, weil sie die Grundlage dafür sind, dass wir ökonomischen Erfolg in der Zukunft haben. Ich glaube auch, dass Sicherheit ein großes Thema in einem breiten Sinne ist. Das ist vielleicht heute noch nicht so durchgekommen, aber wenn wir heute Telegram-Kanäle in Deutschland haben, wo Neonazis sich in geschützten Räumen vernetzen, wenn das gedruckt worden wäre, was dort in Telegram-Kanälen geschrieben wird, dann wäre das strafrechtlich verboten und würde sofort hinter Schloss und Riegel führen. Im Telegram-Kanal ist es erlaubt und nicht mehr nachvollziehbar, weil der Staat keinen Zugriff hat. Und wir dürfen nicht zulassen, dass es rechtsfreie Räume gibt. Wir dürfen das nicht zulassen, deswegen muss der Staat auch hier handeln können. Und liebe Freunde, so wie es in der Diskussion zum Ausdruck gebracht worden ist, wir sind die Partei des Friedens auf diesem Kontinent. Wir stehen an der Seite der Ukraine. Meine prägendste Erfahrung war das Gespräch mit dem Bürgermeister von Butscha, der mir beschrieben hat, dass er nach Kriegsbeginn ohne Soldatenausbildung zur Waffe gegriffen hat, seine Stadt verteidigt hat, die zunächst besetzt wurde mit den schlimmen Kriegsverbrechen und dann wieder befreit wurde. Mit der Frage, warum macht man das, kam als Antwort, ich habe 2 Kinder, Herr Weber, ich habe es kapiert, was heißt, in Freiheit und Demokratie leben zu dürfen. Und ich will, dass meine 2 Kinder auch in Freiheit und Demokratie leben und nicht in Putins Propagandasystem, in Putins Diktatur leben müssen. Deshalb ist unsere Vergewisserung als Europäische Volkspartei klar, unter Führung von Ursula von der Leyen, dass wir zur Ukraine stehen und dass wir jetzt, und da bin ich an Johannes Winkel dankbar, der Jungen Union, dass wir jetzt den Schritt weitergehen, auch zum Aufbau nicht bloß starker nationaler Armeen, sondern dort, wo Europa einen Mehrwert bringt, auch Europa zu stärken in der Tradition von Adenauer, wie das in der Vergangenheit beschrieben worden ist, dem Aufbau des europäischen Verteidigungspfeilers. Liebe Freunde, meine sehr verehrten Parteikolleginnen und Kollegen, Friedrich Merz hat vorgestern in seiner Rede von der Leitkultur gesprochen, von dem, was uns zusammenhält, was diese Gesellschaft zusammenhält. Und dass wir als Christdemokraten, Christsoziale, als Europäische Volkspartei das beschreiben müssen, dafür werben müssen, dafür eintreten müssen, es bewusst zu machen und dass wir es auch verteidigen müssen. Ich glaube, dass wir uns auch bewusst sind, wenn wir jetzt angesichts der deutschen Leitkultur über Europa reden, dass diese deutsche Leitkultur eingebettet ist in unser Framing des European Way of Life, der europäischen Art zu leben. Dass wir in ganz Europa die Demokratie haben, den Rechtsstaat haben, die Gleichberechtigung von Mann und Frau, das Abschaffen der Todesstrafe, schaut nach Amerika, dass wir in ganz Europa die soziale Marktwirtschaft haben. Auch in Rumänien gehen die Menschen an die Krankenhauspforte, klopfen an und werden nicht nach der Kreditkarte gefragt, sondern nach dem Namen gefragt. Die solidarische Finanzierung von Sozialleistungen. Das ist das, was Europa ausmacht und über allem drüber steht die Freiheit als Grunddefinition dieses European Way of Life. Und deswegen ja zur deutschen Leitkultur und liebe Parteifreunde, eingebettet in unsere Idee, dass wir Europäer sind, dass die Identität uns ausmacht. Europa nicht funktional sehen, sondern Europa als Schicksalsgemeinschaft wahrnehmen, als gemeinsame Schicksalsgemeinschaft wahrnehmen. Dafür stehen wir als Christdemokraten, als Christsoziale auf diesem Kontinent und dafür kämpfen wir am 9. Juni. Und als letzten Gedanken, liebe Freunde, wir sind gut unterwegs. Ich habe die Partei als Vorsitzender übernehmen dürfen, da hatten wir 7 Staats- und Regierungschefs von 27. Heute, liebe Parteifreunde, kann ich euch vermelden, dass wir europaweit 13 Staats- und Regierungschefs in unserer EVP-Familie haben. Wir regieren in Irland, in Schweden, in Finnland, in Litauen, in Lettland, in Kroatien, in Rumänien, in Luxemburg, in Österreich und jetzt kurz in Portugal und in Polen. Wir sind in 13 Staaten der Europäischen Union jetzt in der Führung dieser Länder. Die Sozialdemokraten haben noch 4 Staats- und Regierungschefs, die Liberalen haben 5, wir haben 13, liebe Parteifreunde. Deswegen haben wir alle Chancen, dass wir in dem nächsten Europäischen Parlament die starke, dominante europäische Kraft sind.
We will be the strongest force. We are the future in Europe, and that's what we're proud of. Thank you very much for having me today.
Es ist 2:30, gell?
Yep.
Ganz herzlichen Dank an den Parteivorsitzenden der Europäischen Volkspartei, Manfred Weber. Dankeschön. Und jetzt Film ab für den Europawahlspot der Union.
Ich finde, die EU ist einfach ein total besonderes Modell.
Wir haben einen großartigen Binnenmarkt, der für Wohlstand sorgt. Wir haben unglaubliche Freiheiten.
Reisefreiheit, die wir haben.
Jeder kann sagen, was er möchte. Freie Wahl, Demokratie, miteinander arbeiten, füreinander arbeiten.
Das große Wunder ist wirklich, dass wir seit 75 Jahren keinen Krieg mehr haben.
Das geeinte Europa ist das Beste, was uns Deutschen passieren konnte. Europa ist ein Versprechen von unseren Eltern und Großeltern an uns, dass wir in Freiheit und in Sicherheit leben können. Und jetzt liegt es an uns, dieses großartige Erbe fortzusetzen.
Das heißt heute, Europa besser zu machen. In Europa leben heißt gemeinsam in Freiheit leben. Diese Freiheit werden wir schützen gegen ihre Feinde von innen und von außen. In Sicherheit leben heißt, in unruhigen Zeiten werden wir Europa sicherer machen. Gemeinsam die Wirtschaft stärken, den Wohlstand erhalten und das Klima schützen.
Bei dieser Europawahl geht es um viel. Es geht um unsere Art zu leben. In Freiheit, in Sicherheit, in Europa. Wählen Sie am 9. Juni die CDU.
Und damit bitte ich noch einmal auf die Bühne für das Schlusswort den Parteivorsitzenden der CDU Deutschlands, Friedrich Merz.
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, in wenigen Minuten werden wir den heutigen Tag abschließen mit der Ode an die Freude aus der 9. Symphonie von Beethoven, dem Europalied und der deutschen Nationalhymne. Bevor wir das tun, möchte ich mich herzlich bedanken. Zunächst möchte ich mich herzlich bedanken bei dem ganzen Team des Adenauerhauses. Die in den letzten Wochen, in den letzten Monaten und vor allem in den letzten 3 Tagen zum Teil die Nächte durch hier wirklich unglaublich gearbeitet haben und in der Nacht von gestern auf heute auch noch einmal die gesamte Bestuhlung hier im Haus komplett geändert haben. Ein tolles Team, das da wirklich super gearbeitet hat. Ich möchte mich bei den Delegierten bedanken, bei Ihnen, meine Damen und Herren, die Sie von Sonntag bis heute 4 Tage in Berlin ausgeharrt haben, einen Bundesparteitag und heute diese Abschlussveranstaltung als Auftakt für den Europawahlkampf mit uns mitgemacht haben. Ich möchte mich bedanken bei Carsten Lindemann, bei Christina Stump, beim Präsidium der CDU Deutschlands, dem neu gewählten Bundesvorstand. Es macht große Freude, mit euch zusammen zu arbeiten. Herzlichen Dank. Ich bedanke mich bei unseren Freunden der CSU, Alexander, Markus, der Generalsekretär. Es ist ein gutes Miteinander und das haben Sie alle in den letzten Tagen erlebt. Wir können sogar ganz gut ein bisschen frotzeln übereinander. Herzlichen Dank für diese gute Zusammenarbeit. Ich will mich noch einmal bei der Grundsatzprogrammkommission.
Thank you very much for the good cooperation. I would like to thank the motions committees that had so much to work, more than 2,000 motions and amendments, the whole team that has actually done this great job. Without you, we wouldn't have managed. Colleagues, friends, the CDU is the German European Party, and therefore, Ursula, thank you very much, and thank you so much for your work in the last 5 years in the European Commission. Well, you led the European Commission in times of crisis, Corona and war. And you've done this in a favorable way. You've kept us together. And you could actually rely on the EPP parliamentary group, the biggest one in the European Parliament, the Manfred Weber and Daniel Kaspari, the chair of the German group, and all colleagues from Brussels. Well, this is the spirit of our cooperation and responsibility. This morning, we heard a part of the speech of Richard von Weizsäcker. He actually held on the 8th of May, and I started at the court in Saarbrücken. I know that this day I went only in the afternoon to my job because I wanted to listen to Richard von Weizsäcker. On 8th of May, like today, Wednesday. And the one sentence he said in his speech, I have quoted very often, and we have this speech in a little book, which is in my living room. The young generation is not responsible for what has happened, but the young generation is responsible what history actually makes from this. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the young generation Richard von Weizsäcker referred to are us today. That was the young generation, and today it is us. We are responsible to what actually becomes from the history, and let us take this home from this party convention, the responsibility for Germany, the responsibility for Europe. On Monday, we elected a new federal board. It is 4 years younger than the last board. Young members that are added and that give a face to the board. And yesterday we actually adopted a new basic program. I think it is very clear and very readable, unprecedented in our party. And now we finish this party convention with our start to the election campaign for the 9th of June. If we do it correctly, then we will have an EPP parliamentary group, which will be the biggest one in the European Parliament, and which is composed from all 27 members of the European Union, brings together. And McAllister, I would like to thank you very much. You have been the link between Germany and the European Union, between the CDU and the EPP. Thank you very much for your great job that you are doing in the EPP. Let us now get to the election campaign, and I would like to promise one thing to the Christian Democrats in Europe, but also us in Germany. Of course, we pursue national politics, but we know that Germany would not be what it is if we had no friends in the European Union, and unless we had friends with a especially narrow connection. These are Poland and France. As a union, we will cooperate very closely with Poland and France, much more than presently in France with Emmanuel Macron, in Poland with Donald Tusk. They are waiting that we are committed more in Europe because they expect us that Germany takes on leadership, and the European Union has to develop as a European Union that looks to the inside but also to the outside, and that takes on responsibility for freedom, security, and prosperity in Europe. And once more, thank you very much that you've stayed here. Thank you also very much for the many meetings that you've had outside the meeting. And thank you also for the party we had yesterday evening in the Astral. Come back home safe and sound, and please carry on what we've discussed and decided in these days. So it was a great party convention, and it was a good start for the European elections. Let us go out, win the elections, and take over responsibility for Germany and Europe. Thank you for having been here for so long. And I ask all European parliaments to come up on the stage.